I know. It's a bit of a late night stream. It's a bit of a snoozer. It's a bit of a something. Hi everybody. Welcome in. My voice is a little weird today. Feels strange. My throat's a little off. It's fine. I found out how to actually degunch myself. There's some strange and mysterious sorcerous methods to doing so. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to a late night Monday stream. Lord Andros. Yes, at this hour. Also, are you Gunners? Are you in Gunners? Where's my damn car, Bruce? Where's my damn electric car, Bruce? Free from the 14 ads. Yeah, there's a 3-minute ad that plays every hour, and I start the first one off early so we can get right to it, you know what I'm saying? Why are they making a live action How to Train Your Dragon? There's 2 reasons. Okay, first I'll roll for this. Roll 1d5. 3 hundo. I guess we'll get straight to it, huh? What? Hi. Hi, everybody. I think my ear is kind of clogged, too. Forgive me if I sound strange. Let me fix this. Where's the stuff? Yeah, there it is. Gunners get an extra 300 points up to 2,100. I gotta do it manually. Can you imagine? Manual things. 2 reasons why they're making a live action How to Train Your Dragon. One, primarily, is money. Why do they don't have to hire any writers to write the damn thing. It's already written. They don't gotta do nothing. They don't have to do nothing. They just gotta do the live action CGI and all that. You gotta hire the actors, but half the work's done. The set design, the costume design, it's all done. Why not recycle? And secondarily, they believe that animated media is a lesser form of art. They think that live action is better than anything else. But here's the thing. I've seen the live action adaptations, and there's not nearly as much color, there's not as much charm, there's not as much character. It's just so bland. So bland. Welcome in, everybody. I posted a schedule, but I did do that today. So, I understand if this stream might catch some people off guard. There's going to be more streams that happen in the evening and more streams that happen in the morning. Guess who just had their last day at work today. Last day at work at a job that took up more time. I still have another job. It's just lesser hours. Welcome in, everybody. Sal, you fug imitations. It's wonderful to see all of you here today on this very day. Tell me, does my mic sound okay? I was fiddling with some of the settings. I noticed in previous recordings that there was kind of I think my gain was too high, perhaps. So I took it down a few notches to see if it came out a bit smoother. Sounds bueno? Does it sound any different? I noticed the difference, but I don't know if anyone else would notice the difference. Contrary to what I usually have early in the morning, when I have a morning stream, I'm having a cold brew coffee. Just the cold brew, not the usual. I didn't have the time to do the whole brewing thing, so we just shook it up. Shadow's outside. He's just had dinner. I accidentally lied to him. I said, "Don't worry, buddy, we're gonna go on a walk in a bit." And then I ran out of time, and then it was stream time, and so I had to look at him in the eyes and say, "Dude, I'm sorry. I fucking lied to you, bro." You have been deceived. He's basically like, this has been a long day for him in the backyard. I did take him out on a walk, though. He did go out on a walk earlier. He just didn't get his usual 2 walks. Some days be like that. Some days you only get 1 walk. Baby Bunny Lola, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining us here today. And speaking of joining, join us as we worship the galaxy itself, as we raise our arms to the sky. I can't raise my arms. You're going to have to do it for me. As we raise our arms to the stars above, and we summon forth the dark lords of the cosmos. What about second walk? No second walk for you, Mikey. You get 1 walk today. Sounds rough. God damn it, Duff. But I lost all my buttons. So now I only have my mouth. I can only make sounds with my mouth, bro. No arms, just ass up. All ass. Special hello to you, BMP Draws. Salutations. Good evening. I used to do evening streams all the time. It would always be after 5 p.m. I kind of like them still. I feel like, I'm starting to feel like, let me give you an idea of how I feel, chat. In the morning, I feel calm, cozy, coffee, vibes and chill, lo-fi vibes to chill and do your homework to. In the evening, I feel the same way. In the afternoon, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. That's just the big gray middle. That's the strange The strange traveling zone. We don't know what happens there. It's God's blind spot. You just hit your elbow. Doesn't that just suck? Doesn't that just suck? I just smashed my knee like 2 days ago in just the right spot. I'm sitting there on the floor. I'm like, Model looks amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm a goo man, but we don't have to go too into that right now. You feel like a feral cat 24/7? I feel like a million ants in a sock. Welcome in, everybody. Tonight we're playing Vampyr, but first I was kind of enjoying reading stories of paranatural phenomena. I was kind of having a good time doing that on Spooky Sunday. How does it feel? How does it feel? Stream yesterday, stream today. I'm feeling pretty good. I vibe checking everybody. Welcome in. Everybody who wants a mojito. For all of you who might want a mojito, I have to tell you, I don't know nor do I want to learn how to make a mojito. It's not that I can't do it. I would say I'm a pretty decent bartender overall. I just don't like mojitos. Something about muddling the mint that ticks me off. It's a matter of principle. You get a tequila sunrise and you'll like it. And no, I will not use authentic grenadine. I will use the corn syrup grenadine. It's actually better, unfortunately. Phenomena. Boo boo ba doo boo. Ba da ba da ba ba da bow. No, the corn syrup grenadine's fine. It's fine. Mojito, worst changing character. It's like that. Sometimes you're the worst character. I've been watching Yellow Jackets. Man, I can't stop myself from being like, somebody stab her. Somebody stab this character. Do it now before she does all the things we already know she's gonna do. That's a damn good show. I don't know if you all seen Yellow Jackets, but I highly recommend it. It's about a team of high school, a female team of high school soccer players, football players, whatever. They're going to a championship and their plane crashes in the Canadian wilderness. And this isn't spoilers because they tell you right up front in the opening scenes, there's cannibalism. They're gonna start eating people. The journey is the fun part. You gotta learn, how do they eat people? What brings them to eating people? It's fascinating. Sounds like a movie? It's a show. It's actually a show. About 10 episodes per season, give or take. Something like that. Mojito's your favorite. Tread lightly. I feel nothing. I have no thoughts about JJK. I enjoyed it. I definitely made up my own OC for it and imagined fight scenes while I was listening to Dragon Force in my car. I did that. But otherwise, I think it's pretty good. It's not my favorite anime. My favorite anime is Gekken Shoujo Nozaki-kun. But it's good. I like it. I don't think I hate any characters. I think all the characters are pretty well written. I guess if I had a gripe about Jujutsu Kaisen, it would be that I still don't understand how their stupid powers work. Just don't explain it to me. Just listen, I'll buy in. You don't have to don't pull up the PowerPoint the PowerPoint shit. Don't fucking they drop paragraphs on me and I'm like, man, I was just watching a dude rip out another dude's face. And you're gonna stop in the middle of ripping out this dude's face and you're gonna be like, this is my face ripper technique. It's all about circles and the Pythagorean theorem. And I'm like, no, dude. Finish ripping off the face, bro. Yeah, just say cursed energy. I'll believe you. You don't have to convince me. Gojo the strongest. That's why he's not dead. I believe you. I just believe you. Cursed energy. I believe you. Okay? I believed you 30 sentences ago. And it's not a real gripe, by the way. I just think it's funny to complain about. I'm not actually like, I don't feel that strongly about it. Everyone wants to feel strongly about things. And I sometimes I feel like I'm insane because I look at the internet and I think to myself, damn, I feel some things, but I feel nothing compared to some of the people on the internet. Mainly like YouTube, definitely Twitter comment sections. Hi, Poo Milk, special hello to you. I gotta get back the little cute hello. Hello! I gotta get back the hello soundbite. People care so much about things. I think it's important to care about things, but the things I care about tend to be fundamentally different than, I don't know, anime? I mean, I care about video games, I guess. I care about animation, but I care about... Guys, I care about the carpenter bees that hang out in my backyard. I care about those guys a lot more than anime. I see those guys. I see a butterfly on my walk. I almost want to cry, okay? Very rarely has an anime made me want to cry. Again, not to say that there's anything wrong with anime. I don't know, guys. Have you seen a red-breasted robin, like hopping along a fence? Oh my God, they're so charming. I wasn't quick enough to take a video on my last walk, but I don't know, man. They're just really cute. I love seeing them. I love seeing them goof around. Things you care about are sometimes questionable. You could be sometimes questionable, and you can care about things a little bit sometimes. That's okay. It's just like you dip in and out. Your interests wane. You get in and out of things. I've got a wind type motivation. I'm told I have a wind type motivation. A lot of people, you might think of motivation as being a quote unquote fire type motivation. What does this mean? It means you focus on one thing really hard for a long time, and the risk there is that you burn yourself out. Well, I'm a wind type. What does that mean? Wind type means I get very motivated about one thing for a short period of time, and then I get very motivated about a completely different thing right after the gust dies down, right after the wind blows in a different direction. This sounds like ADHD. Everything sounds like ADHD, so let's just cut it off at the pass and just say, because we could just say words. You know, we could say words and that doesn't really mean anything, but like if it satisfies people. I have ADHD, whatever. Am I diagnosed? No. Well, yes. If we're going by people on the internet who are not professionals, then yes, I am diagnosed. And now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can continue the conversation. A wind type motivation. 1 week, I'm really into working on my game. And the next week, I'm really into writing a book. And the next week, I'm really into working on a different game. So the key to this is to just focus on 3 things. Cycle between them. That's my secret. 1 week, I'm really into my mech game. 1 week, I'm really into writing a story. 1 week, I'm really into working on Leviathan. And what happens the week after that? And back to the mech game. It's like digging holes. How many hobby shit you have but never used? That's the secret. All you gotta do is cycle between 3 of them. Maybe 4, depending on how your brain works. Maybe 2. My sweet spot's 3. Like Demon Slayer, you care about swords. I also care about swords. I think swords are so cool. I just think they're neat. Hi, Mobu, by the way. Welcome in. Is Tangio working? Also, Zenu, double aught. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Buccaneer Bar. Also, special hello to Poo Milk, who redeemed the special hello. And also, thank you, Sabauba, like Sebulba from Star Wars Episode 1. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I know it's not like Sebulba. I don't know. I just had Sebulba on the brain. I don't know why. Your obsession this month is motorcycles? I have that obsession. So, not obsession. It's definitely a mini interest for me. I have a Pinterest board full of motorcycles. I could show you guys. You guys want to see my Pinterest board?
Hey guys, you want to see my Pinterest board of motorcycles?
I'll share this with you. You're going to see immediately what kind of motorcycles I like. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention. By the way, this week we're sponsored by Warpath. It's a free-to-play game. I'm not doing the whole thing yet. This is not a sponsored stream yet. I'm not playing the game. We just happen to be sponsored, generally speaking. So if you did want to follow that link, you can, and you can help out with the goals. But I'm not going to get into it until Wednesday. Wednesday's the actual Warpath stream. But I do appreciate any support you can lend. Before, during, or after that stream. Hi, Haley21278. Welcome in. Hiya. Salutations. Hold on, I'm looking for my motorcycle Pinterest board. I hope you're doing well. You watch Thunderbolts? Your Marvel phase is coming back? I think I could watch Thunderbolts and not have my Marvel phase come back, but everything I've heard about Thunderbolts seems to be pretty good. I hear it's pretty decent. I hope I'm not disappointed. But I hope people didn't lie to me. Where's my motorcycle board, bro? I have the car board. Get it? Cardboard?
Too many Amazon package deliveries.
Where is motorcycles? Bikes! It's bikes. That's why I was confused. And bada bing. Yippee! It worked. This is the kind of motorcycle I like. Is that a dirt bike? Well, I like dirt bikes. I guess I like dirt bikes. I like cafe racers. I think these are neat. I think this is cool. I like the rugged look. I like, I don't know. I guess I like the idea of adventure off-roading. Hi, Unk. Welcome in. Check out my motorcycle. Well, these aren't mine yet, but they will be. Maybe. Someday. Possibly. I think motorcycle riding is actually extremely dangerous. Also, hi, Kappa Buppa. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hi, Mac Alistrine. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. If I miss your hellos, it's because, honestly, chat's popping off a lot faster this late in the evening than I kind of anticipated. I'm starting to feel like I should stream in the evenings more often. Watching Witch from Mercury was over today. Asking, yes, Witch from Mercury will be his first Gundam series. Not a bad thing to get into. I think 8th MS team should be next. You spotted Discord? Yeah, join the Discord, everybody. I'm gonna link it here. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did. That's where you can get updates and announcements. Like the announcement that, for example, I have a Fansly. Twitch, don't be mad at me. If you want me to correct my language, just let me know and I will. I have a Fansly, and I record safe for work recordings, and subscribers get it on the day I record it, and then non-subscribers get it a little bit later. So follow me there. I need extra sources of income. I just quit my big job. I'm joking. I have another job. But we're trying to be professional. We're trying to shill ourselves. I'm not good at shilling myself. Please understand. Yeah, motorcycles. I do think motorcycles are dangerous, though. Why would I want to go down the highway at 60 miles per hour not in a giant metal box? Because they look so cool is why. Look at this. Why can't I see my mouse? Huh. I'm indicating the image on the left with my mouse. My cursor. Oh, you can't see my cursor. That's crazy, dude. These are sick, man. Wait, I just clicked on that one. I'm stupid. Used to ride dirt bikes and four-wheelers. You almost died once. See, that's what I'm talking about. I want to be in a big metal box to avoid being destroyed. Completely obliterated. In the medical care field, call them donor cycles. Yeah, okay, so I knew somebody whose dad was an investigator for a police department. Basically, his job was to determine who was at fault when there was a fatal car incident, okay? And so they did the math. They did the physics. They would measure the skid marks. They would do all the shit to be like, this person is the reason why like this happened. And my friend told me that one day his dad came home and was like, I'm selling my motorcycle. And he was like, why, Dad? And his dad was like, all of the fatalities I investigate, the only reason they died is because they were on a motorcycle. It's the only reason they died. Gets a lot of motorcyclists coming, and some of them 100% would have died if they weren't fully armored up. Yeah, you got to go full armor. If I ever got a motorcycle, which is a huge if, I would basically only ride it in these environments. Like what you see here. Like there, like out in the dirt, away from cars. Away from cars, I think, is the biggest thing. Would I ride a motorcycle on backcountry roads where you see maybe one car every 10 minutes? I could see myself doing that. That feels reasonable. I don't think that sounds too crazy. I would just continue to be very careful. I don't think that's too bad. Hold on, I gotta catch up on messages. Some of you have been talking, and I don't want to miss. Hi, Moogie. I thought I missed someone. Hi, Moogie. How you doing? We talked about Thunderbolts. I want to see it. I do. I want to see Sinners way more. I'll tell you that much. You teared up a couple times. Yeah, here it's about depression. There's a lot of characters who are depressed. It's not the best, but it's fun, which is better than what I hear from other stuff. You call me Gloop Gloop? You can call me Gloop Gloop. I'm going to let you do this. You know? I'm going to give you this little treat. This can be our little secret. No one else heard this conversation. No one else has to know. By the way, about the Gundam series, Witch from Mercury I don't feel is indicative of many of the themes of a lot of other Gundam series. Everything I'm told about Gundam is that their series, it's about how war is bad, and Gundam Witch from Mercury has a lot of like an academy and duels in the academy, and there's corporate espionage, and it's just, it's not off theme, but it's not quite, you know, it's not the same. It's a little bit unusual, we could say. I suggest 8th MS Team. I liked it. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. Risk of becoming a red smear on the highway. Yeah, no thank you! Hey, Adobe Acrobat, I don't want to use your stupid-ass AI bullshit. Thank you. Not interested. War is not bad, war is good. Oh, okay. Oh! Hey guys, good news. We don't have to watch Gundam ever again. Tell your friend to stop watching Witch from Mercury. Their messaging is wrong. They're idiots. Sinners is more than Thunderbolts? Yeah, I could tell just looking at it. I could tell. Hello, welcome in. Salutations, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to a Monday late night stream. These don't usually happen. I kind of want to do more of them. You guys want to see the cars I think are cool? Check this shit out. This is what I want. This is some good shit right here. This is what I like to see. I gotta go back. There's more to be seen. There's more. Yeah, baby. These are my favorite cars. This is the good stuff. Yeah, I won't give a shit about any other cars. You can't make me care about a Ferrari. You can't make me care about a Lamborghini. You can make me care about is that a DeLorean? It has a DeLorean spirit to it that I can appreciate.
Give your wife the best. Give her Big Ron's big pies.
JJ Swift, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 3 months. I really freaking appreciate it. Every little bit helps. For real, for real, for real, for real, for real. I'm detecting something. My mouth isn't moving as much as I like it to when I talk. And I think it's because I changed my settings somewhat. So let me see if I can fix that. Lip sync type. Volume cutoff. Volume gain? Volume cutoff? Frequency gain? Habba dabba dabba dooba dabba dabba dabba. Dabba 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 dooba dabba dee. Deeba dabba dooba dabba dabba dooba dabba. It should be fine. It's acceptable for now. Hi, Gravity. Welcome in. Oh, they got a new pride flag? That's so based. I want to sink ships with you. What? You've been sinking ships? I'd be too scared. I don't want to do it. I want to run. I enjoyed, okay, spiritually speaking, that session we played together, I really enjoyed running away and then sabotaging them and then leaving so that they couldn't chase us. Honestly, I prefer being a little rat over direct combat confrontation. That's more fun to me. Because, like, direct combat confrontation, everything feels like Skyrim. You're swinging your sword, they're swinging their sword, one of you falls over, whoop-de-doo. Now, but the fucking Looney Tunes hijinks of you jumping off of our ship and then jumping onto their ship and then dropping their anchor is so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. And we just leave. We get away. No consequences. Never punished. Never punished. You see people thirsting over the Irish vampires from Sinners. You don't know if I can judge them yet or not. Why would you judge them? This is the internet. They're vampires. Of course people are going to thirst over vampires. Of course they are. Have we not accepted this about the world yet? I love these flip-up lights. This is very fun to me. I feel like mechanically speaking, they're not the wisest choice, but also not the best aerodynamically, but I still think they're cool. You've been forcing yourself to take a fight? Well, because, you know, if you don't mine a bunch of stuff, you don't have much to lose, so you might as well get into it. Hi, Gloop Gloop. Mikey, I'm not Gloop Gloop to you. We've established that that's somebody else's word for me. Oh, you want to be better at not getting your ass beat. Yeah. Well, I mean, I just want to fight when I have nothing on the line. So I lose nothing, never punished. Never punished. You're sorry you overslept. You got here late. I've got some great news for you. This was not even established as a stream. I don't even do this very often. I'm not usually a late night streamer. This is like ostensibly late night for some people, I would say. Apparently, I gotta do it more. Everybody's damn well showing up. Ooh. I want to go out. I want to go apocalypse style in one of these babies. I don't want an apocalypse going on. I just want a reason to drive around in one of these and not have it be cosplay. Does that make sense? I want a reason to drive around and not have it be just for fun. I want to be like off-road camping, going on a trek across America, something like that. Ooh. Shit like this! Not in this car, though. I don't know why you would drive this car off-road. But shit like this is cool. Ooh! I want a room just like this. I want a space station room. Give me a room in an aircraft. Okay, this isn't real. This is not a real place. This might be AI even. But we get it. We get it. We get the vibes. Dude, I gotta get the circle chair. Wait a minute. How do you sit up in this? Wait, this is not conducive to... You lay down this way. You lay down, and then how are you supposed to computer? You got a computer with... It is cool, but I'm just confused at the mechanics. Okay, this is real, and this is sick. This is what I would want my office to be. I clearly am a wizard who wants a wizard tower. Maybe the street come to you. Streamer discovers people are less busy in the evening. But people told me. I have been told. Okay, I have been informed that it's a good idea to be a morning streamer sometimes. Also, I guess I've been afternoon streaming more often than anything. Foolish of me, isn't it? Okay, evening streams are back on the menu. The circle one seems like a thing you need a swinging wall mount to pull your monitor in front of you. See, that's what I'm talking about, Rainbow Dogma. You're hired. You're fucking hired. You're on the team. Suit up. We're going hunting. But I got some stories. I wanted to open up this stream. We got another half hour until I want to play Vampire. But I wanted to do some readings. I was fascinated by some of these stories that people were telling on Reddit. We can keep yapping for sure. But I was really into reading these supernatural occurrences. Do I believe in the supernatural? I'm supernatural agnostic. If you give me clear-cut evidence, I'm gonna believe it. If you're like, hey, look at this, without a shadow of a doubt, this is real, my ass is already going to start getting my whole entire body tattooed using holy water and cold iron ink with all the protective sigils and runes from every major belief system around the world. I'm gonna be able to punch the ghost. A vampire tries to bite me and goes, how much beer do you drink, dude? Dude, how much beer do you drink? Hi, Kyo. Welcome in. Salutations. Isn't it late for you? Are you asleep? Who's sleepy? Who's sleepy late night people? I'm not actually that sleepy. Well, I did just have some cold brew, didn't I? You're sleepy? Raise your doinkers if you're sleepy. They don't work unless you're a true believer. I would be a believer. At that point, I would be like, everything's on the table. You show me that one ghost is real. I think vampires are real. I think dragons are real. I think ghouls are real. I think Vishnu is real. I think it's all real. I become an omnist, even more so than I already am, which is omnist/agnostic. Do you think vampires would like anemic blood? Low iron content? Well, wouldn't it be hot iron? Because it's in the blood? I guess it depends on if you're drinking from a cold-blooded animal. Can vampires not? Do they have to eat people? What's the established lore on what creatures vampires have to eat? What's the established lore? Who's got the 4-hour video YouTube essay about a FromSoft property about exclusively vampires so I can have the deep lore? Who? Mortismal Gaming, or who's the other guy? Oh, Zuli the Witch. Give me the Zuli the Witch breakdown. You woke up to coughing? That's the coughing demon. I invited him to your place. I wanted him to get out of my place because I wanted to sleep. Sorry. Inject silver into your blood. You might die. You only will die once. Yeah. Only one time. Come on. I might pass out. Just leave the stream open so I get your numbers. You gotta give me your numbers, chat. I'm parasocial. I want to hit partner. Okay, let me preface this right now. I joke as if I'm making fun of wanting to get partner, but like I actually would like to get partner, but also I don't want it too bad, so I kind of make fun of it, but also I kind of want it. I'm like on 13 different layers of self-gaslighting right now. And I'm gonna leave you to pick up the fucking baggage about that, alright? You guys can decipher that shit. Oh, is that the funny numbers on the back of your credit card? Zuli the Witch is goated. It's true. I fucking love Zuli the Witch videos. I have not looked at them in a while. I did play a bit of Night Rain. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Most modern stories claim that vampires can survive on animals, but human blood makes for stronger vampire powers. We are playing vampire games today. It's true. And you do, but like, I think it's a skill issue. Like, well, I don't need to have stronger powers if I can just dodge, brother. Dodge. Learn to dodge. T-Rex will come back and take revenge. Wait, like the actual Tyrannosaurus Rex? There's only one of those, chat, by the way. there was only one Tyrannosaurus Rex in existence at any one time, and it was just really fast. It could just functionally be all over it was like basically the Flash. It could tap into the Speed Force like Barry Allen, okay? But what about all the bones? I'm telling you, it's still zipping around. Even while it's dead. That's one set of bones that's going so fast that you can study them in different locations on the planet at the same time. That's how fast they're going. Scout's honor. Someone get Wendigoon on the phone. We need a new video essay. Wendigoon's video essays are pretty fun. I love the ghost story, missing person stuff. I don't want to be morbid about it, but listen, if there's a whole entire fan base for serial killers, I can be a fan of the concept of missing persons, okay? I feel like that's the mystery is interesting to me. The fill in the blanks portion of it. I want it without wanting us to think you want it, so you're a tsundere. God damn it. It always comes back to being a tsundere. You anime nerds and your tsunderes and your dandeers. Well, there's only one deer I know, and that's John Deere. Hell yeah, brother, Keikono.
I'm gonna need money if I'm gonna get a therapist.
No, just split your personality. You can be your own therapist. People don't tell you that you can do that. They don't teach this shit in high school, man. You just literally just fucking imagine yourself as a therapist and then talk to yourself and just fucking like look up what therapists would say and then just fucking self-reflect. It's not complicated. It's easy. I do it all the time. That's some Roger from American Dad vibes. Listen. Listen, it's easy. It works. I'm fascinated by the concept but not the actual cases. I mean, yeah. I think it's tragic when people go missing. Especially because usually it's because they fell into a cave or a family member murdered them and covered it up really, really well. Turning to your therapist and it's just you. Fuck. I did it again. This is the third time it's happened. Every therapist, it's just you. Also, hi, Rita Mako. It has been a while. I'm seeing a lot of people showing up that I haven't seen in a while and new faces just because I stream after 5 p.m. That's... wow. Huh. It's interesting to me. It's kind of... I expected it to some degree, but I didn't realize. I didn't know. You have a fake mustache? Hold on. Let me see if I can find a fake mustache in my mustache pile. In my pile of mustaches. I have cattails. I'm not putting those on, Chad. Oh! I do! Hello. Hello, it is me. Hello, it is me. I am therapist Goo. Don't try to... no, I'm not... this is a bit. Don't try to fucking bring your problems to me, Chad. It's not that I don't care. It's that if I get overwhelmed, I'm just gonna get sad and cry. I care too much. I care too much, Chad. I will fall apart. I'd have to take a week off a stream. I'd have to go and look at some birds for a while. Yeah, you guys wouldn't fucking have me streaming, so you don't want this either. Is this free therapy? I am not a professional. I'm just a guy with a pink mustache. I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. Wait a minute. Why won't it stay? No! No! It doesn't work. I can't stick it to him. Can I draw you with the mustache? Please, feel free. Absolutely, 100%. I'm as energetic and funny. Thank you. It's nice to hear. Sometimes you reflect on your past self, and sometimes you reflect on, especially as a content creator, you can literally go back and watch your own streams, and sometimes you look at yourself and you go, man, I used to be funny. But it's kind of hard to look at yourself in the moment, you know? And that's why, like, for example, because I'm a writer, right? I've learned to accept that I will never be happy with my writing because I will be the person who has written the writing. I'm always the person who's written it, not the person who was writing it, if that makes sense. It means I have improved in the doing of the thing. I have improved, so I am better than the person who did the thing. It's time marches on. Time marches onwards. You can't go back. You can't be the person who was writing the thing, reflecting on having written the thing because you haven't written it yet. You haven't done the thing yet. So you're always going to hate the thing you're doing because you're always, or the thing you've done, because you're always better. Yeah, exactly. First off, Tentacion 1. Thank you for the follow 8 minutes ago. Becca's not here. Thank you 13 minutes ago. Mid-Bro-Man. Thank you for following now. You zoned out. Oh, we're just talking about how you're your own worst critic. And once you recognize that the reason you're never happy with the things that you've done, the reason you're never satisfied with your progress, the reason is because you've done it. You're better than what you've done every single time because you've already done it. And once you accept that about yourself, you can let it go. You have no control over that feeling, and therefore it has no control over you. It is a natural disaster. It is the wind. It is the earth beneath your feet. It is the grass growing. It is in you, and it is a part of you, and it cannot hurt you. Let it go. You're amazing, and you're going to continue doing the thing that you do, despite this little worm wriggling in the dirt. 10 meters away, you're walking. I'm walking. We're getting ice cream. Hi, Shadow. Oh, he scritched himself. He's such a dog. Hi, Shadow. He's so pissed at me. We didn't go on a walk. Make inspirational signs for live, laugh, love people. I just wish they'd come up with something new. You could start a cult. No, it would be a self-awareness community, okay? You wouldn't have to give up your phones. You wouldn't have to give up meat. You wouldn't have to wear uniforms, okay? It would just be okay. I admit it. I think it would be pretty cool if everybody had a different cool bone mask. I want a cool wolf mask, and you guys could have like cool like deer mask with antlers and shit. Okay, and yes, if we all had really cool knives, that would be pretty base too. But other than that, it's not a cult, guys. Come on. Listen, it'd be really funny if we were not a cult, but we had the aesthetics of a cult. Because, come on, cloaks, hoods, it looks cool. Come on, it looks cool. You gotta level with me, guys. You gotta level with me. It does look cool, right? Can the animals die of natural causes? Of course. The natural cause is I'm hungry. And they were in my way. They let themselves get caught. We use all the parts, guys. Also, Mid-Broman, special hello to you. Thank you for redeeming the redeem. We can clean their bones with little bugs. Yeah, you guys got little bug pets. Can we get full body tattoos? I mean, you could, sure. I don't care. I'm not paying for that. That's so expensive. I don't want a full body tattoo, but I do want a big crocodile god tattooed across my shoulder and a large portion of my back. That would be sick. That'd be badass. Animal skill, literally an animal skill issue. Don't get caught. I would definitely use a rifle though, because if I was hunting deer, I would be like, yeah, listen, the compromise is this. I don't just shoot you and mount you on my wall. I use all your parts. I use everything. The bone marrow, the liver, we're gonna use everything out of respect for your sacrifice for my hunger. But I also don't have to chase your ass for 10 miles with a bow and arrow or a spear, okay? All right, if I'm chasing your ass for 10 miles with a bow and arrow and a spear, your ass is going on my wall, okay? We'll compromise. A little tip for tat. Fair? Fair's fair. Fair's fair. Fair's fair. How do you pronounce your name? That's a good question. Shadaroo is what I tend to say, but I don't like it because then people call me Shad sometimes, and there's some Shads on the internet I don't care for at all whatsoever, and I'm super sandbagging that because they're terrible, terrible, horrible people. So I say Shadaroo sometimes, or I request people say Shadaroo. If you're gonna call me Shade, that's okay. Shady is okay. Shadaroo, the full thing, that's great. Ruru, that's fine. You can call me Ruru. You can call me Roo. I'm okay with that. We are the hive mind. We are the hive mind. You forgot about that guy? Yeah. There's one who shall not be mentioned, and there's one who's just like a fucking loser. The guy who's never gonna be as good at art as his more successful, more talented brother, and he's shills AI shit all the time. Yeah. I don't care. I don't care. None of my business. This is why I don't look at YouTube. You know what I see on YouTube these days, guys? I see funny memes, shoobity doobop, headbutt baptism, and I see Gundams. Gundams? Calling you Shade feels like I'm calling you sir. Just call me Rupert. Rupus. Not our monkeys, not our circus. That's a great saying. I like to say, not my horse, not my barbecue. Not my horse, not my barbecue. Thank you very much. Why are you barbecuing a horse? I don't know. I thought it'd be funny. I thought it would be funny. Also, Cypher VTuber, thank you for the follow. Welcome in to the Buccaneer broadcast. Buccaneer Bar. We're having a cozy jazz night. I like the cozy. I should just keep this up all the time. Just late night. It's the bar. We have old fashions. We have old fashions. We've got Irish coffees. Irish coffee is a good one. What, dude? Seriously, my mic is really softballing my stuff. Volume cutoff 15. 0. Maybe 10. Maybe 10. Huh. My mouth feels weird. Not like in real life, but on my model. Rupert's a nice informal one. It's funny. I just think it's funny. Sorry guys, I'm a little gunchy. In fact, tonight my plan was to cook myself. I was going to wrap myself in multiple layers. I was going to get in a sleeping bag, and I was going to put on a beanie, and I was going to sweat out whatever mild thing is fucking with my throat today and yesterday. Shadow! Stop antagonizing the neighbor. Whatever. He can do whatever he wants. Becca is not here, by the way. Thank you very much for the compliment. I'm a goo. I'm like a symbiote, like Venom. I don't know how nobody recognizes me as Venom. They all think Shadow Man. And I'm like, yeah, that was kind of the original concept. But I'm gooey. Come on, look at this guy. You can't tell me this guy's not gooey. Look at him. Him jiggle. Were you a tub of goo as well? Yes, chat is capable of sequestering me within the prison that is the Tupperware. Dude, he's fucking around. I'm gonna go out there and pile drive him into the grass. Not my chair, not my problem. Oh, he is fucking with him. That is so funny. No! Fine. So be it. Hold. There, you happy now? There, you happy now? Does this please you? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? By the way, chat, I want to inform you of some of the ways that you can interact with the stream. Oh, he's playing around with his toy. There's a couple things that you can do that you can interact with the stream. There's a bot. It's called TangiaBot. And it's down below in the About panels. And you can pay bits to do stuff. I'm going to try to remind people that they can do stuff. Otherwise, they'll not know. You didn't see a hydrate option? I used to have hydrate and I used to have stretch. But there's a couple VTuber traditions that... Is it streamer tradition? I feel like it's VTuber traditions. There's a couple VTuber traditions I think I want to leave behind a bit. I can take care of myself. I drink water. I drink water all the time. I'm currently standing at my standing desk. I'm trying to find other ways to have chat interactions, redeems, and stuff that aren't like, you are a Chia Pet, and I'm going to make you drink water. Chia Pet? I meant Neopet? What am I thinking of? Tamagotchi. I mean, yes, it's cute to be a Tamagotchi. I get it, but I gotta let some things go. I gotta let some things go, guys. I am a man. I am a man. Hey, look, we just hit our bits goal of 1,000. No. That was great. That was a solid bongo smash. That was a solid bongo smash. That was perfect. Yeah, I was thinking of Tamagotchis. Thank you. I get Tamagotchis and Chia Pets mixed up because the ads would come out on TV at around the same times. Or I'm mixing up the 90s, okay, guys? Leave me alone. I'm mixing up the 90s and the early 2000s, okay? Come on. My brain can get a bit smooth as a treat. Dude, we're not even gonna get a chance to read scary stories. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, we can. Maybe 2 of them. I look like a Tamagotchi. As a treat. Just smooth your brains, chat. I have a nice little brain smoothing tool. Just let's crack that skull open and give a little smoothing out. Makes the brain fast, aerodynamic. You missed early 2000s, late 90s. I know that. Ow. My tubes were all clogged. Ahem. What was I saying? Oh, 90s ads. I understand why those ads were, by law, reduced. They kind of were manipulative. They were goading children into annoying their parents into buying stupid shit they didn't need. That being said, and us understanding that, we are not immune to the propaganda, but we can acknowledge the propaganda, and we can avoid the propaganda. That being said, they were so fun. Fushigi! Stupid. Oh god, what did you do?
This is a load of barnacles.
I am not a load of barnacles.
No, they were fun. It's propaganda, but it was fun, okay? I'm not a load of barnacles. How long have I been VTubing? About 3.5 years now. Which is, really? 2025. I started in 2022, January. And it's... Yeah, in 1 month, it'll be 3.5 years. And in 6 more months, it'll be about 4 years. So yeah, I've been streaming and VTubing for that amount of time. Fairly consistently, too. I took a look at my Twitch tracker just to kind of like look at some data. And I saw all the streaming I've been doing, and I'm like, yeah, I've only taken a week off every once in a long while. Maybe like once a year. I stream a lot, actually. I was like, huh. It doesn't feel like I stream a lot sometimes. It doesn't really feel like, because I stream every other day. Sometimes I stream 2 days in a row. But usually I have between 3 and 4 streams a week. So it just doesn't feel like I stream a whole ton. But I have been doing quite a bit, actually. The whole Got Milk ad was a government psyop. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that one. I believe that milk was good for you. Foolish me. Idiot child. Can I tell you a secret, guys? I kind of want another cold brew. I might shake up another one. I guess I only had half a powder thing, so that makes sense. You grew up poor, so we didn't get a chance to buy the useless shit, and you're glad for it. Yeah, because then you just have crap that you don't need. You have crap that you don't need. I guess, technically, the one thing I took away from it is that I could tell people that I had a dual disc for Yu-Gi-Oh! Which chewed up my fucking cards. Don't ever put your Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards actually in the plastic dual disc device, chat. Don't do it. Do not do it. It will fuck up your cards. It was a bad idea. You gonna run through your house through the rain? If I could throw an umbrella at you, I would. Parentheses positive. You asked for shit so much, your mom told you the store is closed forever. What a great response. Okay, we have an ad break coming up. I'm gonna run the ad. And I think I want another cold brew. No, I want a hot drink. Chat, do you think I have honey? Do you think I have honey in the house? I kind of want to get oat milk and water and honey and make it hot with a microwave. The husky is so cute. His name is Shadow. Not after the hedgehog, although once again, very good guess. He's Shadow from Homeward Bound. Y'all remember the movie Homeward Bound? How many of you out here are millennials? It's okay. You don't have to tell me. Just, you could say maybe. And for those of you out there who are younger than millennials, I need to tell you guys right now, I really never understood the generational rivalry. I'm my own guy, okay? I'm my own guy. I do whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. I like cool people. I think cool people are cool. As long as you're cool. As long as you're cool and over the age of 18, because this is technically an 18+ stream, we're cool. You're late Gen Z, does that count? I mean, you just said that, so no, but I don't care. I'm using it as a metric to measure how many people here might have seen Homeward Bound on VHS. That's the only thing I'm trying to look for here.
If you haven't seen Homeward Bound,
I think it kind of holds up. It's a basic movie. 3 animals get lost. They can talk. They get lost and they want to make their way home. They get lost and they make a trek from like Idaho or Wisconsin to San Francisco or something. I don't know. And it's an epic tale. It's got cute little musical cues. It's got talking animals. It's nice. It's fine. It's worth a watch. You'll understand me better. Classic actors, yeah. You wanted a worm on a string. Yeah, you think like, I want a worm on a string, and then like right now I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck would I do with a worm on a string? Me, I remember maybe. Hello, hi Donnie. You didn't realize you were labeled a millennial? You can't get labeled. If someone puts a label on you, chat, you just take it by the edges and you tear it off. You do whatever you want. Although technically that is a label that you can't do. I mean, you're categorized. What can I say? Destroy society if you don't want it, I guess. Showing your age. I don't, whatever. I'm an adult. I don't need to hide that I'm 32. Early 30s. We don't have to be specific. I'm early 30s by measurement of Earth years, but I did fall from the planet. I did get blasted over 10 million light years from the Ophiuchus super sector, and I was alive. Do you guys know my VTuber backstory so I can maintain some kayfabe? Do you guys want to know my VTuber backstory? I was a space pirate captain. Far, far away. Far away. and I got blasted. I got annihilated by... I was part of a fucking fleet, and they had a super cannon on a planet so powerful that using it destroyed the planet. And that super cannon blasted me and my ship. And I was able, because I had a lot of biomass, I was able to formulate a shield, but I was fucking blasted really far. Like, I was going light speed, man. All the while, thermal energy was just deleting my whole body, all my goo. And so first there was my armor goo, and then I had to redirect some other goo, and then I had to pull up some like other goo, and then it started getting to my core goo, and some of that core goo was my memories, and so I had to like in the moment start to select some memories I had, and I had to keep, essentially by the time all was said and done, I only was a little bit of myself, the parts of me I wanted the most. And then I landed on Earth. So I'm kind of like a different person. I lost a lot of materials. I got brain damage, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I got a little bit of brain damage. It's okay. This is why I want you guys to join me in the smooth brain department, okay? Sally Field. You don't remember who Shadow is? The Labrador. The Labrador who was old. I think Michael J. Fox was in Homeward Bound. Yeah, he was Chance! He was Chance the Pitbull. I have memory loss, so you might be older. I don't have memory loss. Okay, listen. You can have some memory loss if you don't give a shit about those memories, okay? Your brain can only hold so much shit, and recall is only as good as how many times you recall something. And so if there's some memories that I don't recall because I don't care about them, then whatever, who cares? Everyone does this. Okay? Do you think I remember the Pythagorean theorem? No! Because that shit never comes up in my life, okay? I let it go. Could I bring it up and just look it up on YouTube? Yeah. I don't need to remember it. YouTube's got me. You too have gotten blasted on occasion. I'm gonna bring the entire chat. I'm gonna bring the whole hive mind. We're all gonna go on a brewery run. We're going on a beer crawl.
Come on, guys. We're getting onto the Amtrak, and we're going on a brewery crawl in San Francisco.
1 + 1 = Pythagoras. Okay, I believe you. Why am I in a box? They put me in a box! They paid points to do it. I don't have a say in this. People ask me questions, chat. You do things to me, and then I'm the one holding the bag. People come up to me like, this is your fault. No, it's not! What are you talking about, you crazy? Give younger person energy? That's what I'm saying. Just like, have a malleable brain. Have a brain that's malleable and don't get stuck in your ways and be open-minded, and literally it doesn't matter. Just fucking... there's a certain level of immaturity that I still do want to banish, right? There is like... I've had occasions within the last 5 years where, you know, like sometimes when you don't want to have a confrontation and you just kind of fade instead of just directly saying something. That's something I noticed that I've done like a while ago, for example. Hasn't come up recently or anything, but for example, for today, I just forced myself. I had that urge of just kind of fading away from a possible rough conversation. This was when I quit my job, by the way. I just left one of my jobs. And what I wanted to do was kind of just go, but I didn't do that. I was like, okay, I literally doesn't matter, I know, but I am going to make myself go and say directly, hey, I'm not coming back. My apologies. Sincerely. I don't mean to be an inconvenience, but I can't work here another day, bro. And I did. So you still have like these little bits and pieces. So what were you doing? I just worked retail. It's just freaking retail. It's so miserable. All around for everybody. You know Shadow the character, just not VA? Shadow the character. Like the hedgehog? Oh, not the VA. I don't know that either. I don't know the VA either. Imagine being from space and landing in America. It's a pretty big place, okay? America's bigger than, what was it, all the countries in Europe combined? America's population is 350 million and all the European countries combined population is 75 million. Something like that. This is a really big place. If I can, could I microwave you since you're in a box? You could, but then you better never let me out of the box because I don't know what I would do, but that would be very painful and I'm vengeful. I would have to find you, I would have to find your home, and I would have to defrost all of your frozen meats. It's not? Wait. Population of Europa. Let me find it. Oh, 744 million. Wait. This is an AI answer. Europe. Population 742. America. Population 340. What? I think I got mixed up at some point. I got this information literally today. Europe. Oh, I'm thinking Western Europe. That's my numbers. I'm not moving the goalpost, I just got confused. 199 million people in Western Europe. That's what it was. I still was off with my, number. What was I doing? Yeah, retail. It was retail. Don't microwave me. I will defrost all your frozen foods. Don't microwave me. I will put grenadine all over your socks. You know how sticky that shit is? The corn syrup is vile. That's how you get ants. Not my pizza rolls. Your pizza rolls will be untenable. It takes only 4 hours for bacteria to propagate at an exponential rate. At room temperature. Once 5 hours goes by, say goodbye to your pizza rolls being a safe option to eat without accidentally getting some kind of foodborne illness. Motherfucker. You couldn't melt because you're goo. I am heat resistant, but I don't like it. Wait, no. I'm cold resistant. Fuck, please don't microwave me. I forgot. Do you want ants? Not just ants, that stuff is so... Yeah, it's sticky. Can you imagine that shit on your socks? Please don't microwave me. I'm actually vulnerable to heat. I got mixed up. I'm resistant to the cold. That's why I can fly through space. I can't fly. If you throw me in space, I will not be able to correct my trajectory. Please don't microwave me. There's fuck all in the freezer. Shit. Fuck. My only weapon. My only recourse. Frozen onion and lemon in there. Honestly, I would just take your lemons. I would love to add some more vitamin C to my meals. Guys, I have some bad news for you. Oh, well, mostly for me. I didn't eat dinner. And I plan on streaming for another 2.5 hours at least. So, what am I going to eat? Because I am getting hungry. I will get my burrito. It'll take me about 20 minutes to cook. Yeah, I'm going to heat something up. I'm going to heat something up for sure. So you can just freeze me? Yeah, you could freeze me. That would be very nice right now. It's summer over here. It's hot in my room. I don't like it. Please freeze me. Please freeze me. Please do it. I support and I beg of thee. I beg of you, please freeze me. I need it. I want to read scary stories. You just have hella burritos in the freezer? No. Got it from work. I'm going to read a scary story now, at least one, before we play some vampire. 12 years ago, on a road trip back from a Blink-182 concert in LA. Wait a minute, I read this one already. I thought it was different. Hold. I'm trying to find a good one. Whispers, okay. I grew up in a really old house that my mom inherited from her parents. Since it was pretty old, the house grew organically over the decades as more rooms were added as needed, so that by the time we lived there, it was pretty big. I have several older siblings, so the bedroom assignation changed a lot over the years as they moved out to go to college. And by the time I was in junior high, hold on. Shadow, what are you doing? Hey! Shadow! Shadow! Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? He's a good boy. Hey, he came up to say hi. Hi, buddy. I love you, buddy. Mwah. Who's a good boy? We'll go on a night walk, okay? As I was saying, by the time I was in junior high, the only ones living there besides my parents were me and one of my brothers, who was at the time a college freshman, but still lived at home because his college was located in the same city. Anyway, this one weekend, my parents were out of town, and only myself and my brother were home, but he was out partying with his friends. So, I was home alone on a Saturday night playing the SNES in my bedroom. Do you guys call it the SNES? I'm not this old. I never played with the SNES. Now, my bedroom was upstairs and had two entrances, one that led to the hallway and another one that led to a staircase that led to a sort of attic, whose function had often changed over the years from a bedroom for some of my siblings to a TV room, to a place to store stuff, and back again, and so on as needed. At the time this took place, it was being used more like a traditional attic, and it was full of old junk and the stuff my older siblings had left behind after moving out, but hadn't yet gotten around to taking to their respective homes. So there I was, playing the SNES, when at around 1 a.m., I start hearing someone whispering from the other side of the door that led to the attic room. The commenter's name is Tough Stretch. Tough Stretch. I'll make it different. I'll call them Daniel. Daniel, open up. Now that room had another entrance that led to the garage, so I figured my brother was back from partying and he was drunk and had decided to pull a prank on me and scare me. So I decided to scare him in return. Since the door was locked on my side, I decided to make my way around by going downstairs and stealthily entering the attic from behind and scaring the shit out of my drunk brother. Thing is, when I got to the kitchen, I could see through the window in the door that led to the garage that my brother's car wasn't there. I went to our front door to check if his car was parked outside in our driveway, but it wasn't. Since I had a pretty good view of our block on either direction from there, unless he'd parked around the block as part of his prank, he clearly wasn't home yet. Unless he'd gotten a bit drunk and had decided to leave his car behind and get a ride home, that is, and I wasn't going to fall for that. So, I went in the garage, still thinking it was a prank, but when I got to the door that led to the staircase, which led to the attic-like room, I could see that it was not only closed, but also locked from my side. Puzzled, I went back to my room. Also, Moonlight03854, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Also, Amelia Wilson 32234, thank you for the follow. 15 minutes ago, totally missed it, my bad. Puzzled, I went back to my room, turned on the lights, unpaused my game, and went back to playing. The whispers kept calling me by name and insisting that I should open the door for a while longer, but I simply pretended I didn't hear anything because I didn't know what else to do, bro. Get ignored, idiot. Didn't know what else to do. The door's locked, there's nobody there, there's somebody whispering to you. I'm gonna ignore that. That's none of my business. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Did you find Venom? Finally! Someone compares me to Venom as their first impression as opposed to being a shadow monster or a bartender from Undertale. Finally! It finally happened, guys. We did it. We did it. We made it. We're a real streamer now. We are Venom. Moonlight, welcome in. Sorry, you just walked into something of an inside joke. People keep telling me I'm a shadow man. Mostly because I look like this all the time. Hua! Howdy do? Oh, dwa, dwa. Ha! What do you think? Am I still like Venom? Am I still a little like Venom? Let me know. You don't have to answer. You don't have to do anything. Welcome in. I didn't know what else to do. I was 14 years old or so at the time, and my brain was struggling with making sense of what was going on because either someone that somehow knew my name and for some reason was using both my first and middle name when addressing me had broken into my attic and gotten trapped there somehow, or something even weirder was going on. This was back when cell phones weren't a thing, as you might surmise from the fact that I was playing SNES, so I couldn't call my brother or anything like that, and calling the cops from our landline never even crossed my mind as a valid option. I mean, what was I going to say? Hey, there's someone in my fucking attic, man! Bro! There's someone in my attic! There's someone in here! He's saying weird shit! Get over here, man! I'm about to get knife murdered! Like, that would be me on the phone, except that would sound far more dignified. That would be like, Officers of the law, I'm afraid I have some terrible news. My life is in mortal danger. I'm afraid there's someone in my house. They're saying a bunch of weird shit. I believe that they're showing signs of some kind of psychosis. I believe I'm in danger. I believe I will be stabbed 57 times in the chest. Please, at your convenience. Please, at your convenience. Make your way over to the premises at 69420 Big Dog Street. I will open the door for you, and I will tell you their location. The ghost would be more scared of me screaming poshly. My goodness gracious! Get yourself together, man! Quit whispering after me. Can't you see I'm playing the SNES? Can't you see I'm playing the SNES? I look like Venom's skinny cousin. Did the spooky story start? They did. They did start. I finally started. After like 20 minutes, the whispers finally stopped. And at around 3 a.m., my brother got home, still a bit buzzed from his night out, and I asked him if he had come home earlier and tried to prank me, but he was genuinely confused and got even more scared than me when I told him the story. Also, Cerro said serio. Cerro said serio. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Buccaneer Bar. Chill ass bartending horror story night. I'm also playing Vampire in a few minutes. We ended up sleeping in his room that night because neither of us wanted to be alone, regardless of the fact that he was already a grown-ass man at the time. Nothing more happened that night, and I never experienced anything quite like that before, or ever again in that house, though there were some other strange things over the years. I'm not really a believer in the supernatural, but to this day, I have no idea what the hell was going on that night, and sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd opened the door. Dude, what if you... Dude, you should have gone behind... where that door was locked. Sneak up behind the ghoul, where the door is locked, and then you whisper, "Ghoul, ghoul, open up. I won't bite."
Yeah, He-Man.
You gotta sound like Skeletor. You gotta start talking like Skeletor.
Yeah, I am not nice.
And then you'll scare the ghoul. Simple as. I gotta get I Am Not Nice as a redeem, by the way. Do I have that on Tangia? Maybe. Let me see. That's a very good question, actually. I'm gonna look it up. Interactions. I Am Not Nice. No, it's not here. Skeletor? Skeletor. Silly Skeletor. Add interaction. Hey. What is this? All right, for 50 bits, you too can redeem Silly Skeletor. That was amazing. Well, that's it. It's in. You can see why the ghost would be more scared of me. I would want to hang out with the ghost. Write that down, write that down, write that down. Let's see some of the responses. I remember reading about homeless people living in attics, basements, and walls of people's houses to be more prevalent phenomenon than one might expect. Ugh, that's not a good look. The first sign would be food strangely disappearing from the fridge, or hearing movement at night knowing there's no activity in the house. How many ghost situations you guys think were just somebody living in your walls? Not your walls, but in the walls. Some random dude who knew my name living in my attic would have been way worse than a ghost or whatever, no question. Some random dude living in your attic just gets drunk one night and starts fucking with you. There's no way a person who was living in my attic could have remained hidden or navigated my house without anyone noticing. That's a terrifying thought you don't want to think about. Well, you're thinking about it now. Take off those glasses and face the truth. What's that one bit from The Grinch? I like you better with my glasses on. Well, take off those glasses. I can't remember. There's a movie about that. There was, I definitely watched a movie recently where that was the yes, there was a plot. There was a movie I watched, and it was about a guy who lived in this person's house, and that was why all the scary shit was going on. They were crazy, bro. You're alone in the woods. There's no one around and your phone is dead. That's when you spot him. Shia LaBeouf. That's when you see him. Shia LaBeouf. Would you rather come across a man or a ghoul? I could take a man. I think I could take a man. The problem is, I have a rough idea of what people are capable of. I don't know what a ghoul is capable of. I don't know what definition we're operating under when it comes to ghouls. You know? You know what I mean? Can a ghoul, does it have ranged magic? Do ghouls get ranged magic? Do they have Captain America strength? How sharp are their teeth? Do they have fangs? Do they have claws? Can they regenerate? I don't know what their capabilities are. I'm pretty sure a regular guy can't regenerate. So, we're drawing down. Memories broken, the truth goes unspoken. I've even forgotten my name. I don't know the season or what is the reason I'm standing here holding my blade. A desolate place without any trace. Well, now we gotta see shit. Now we gotta watch stuff. It's only the cold wind I feel. There will be blood. The only thing I know for real. Yes. Oh shit, it's not the video. I want to see a video. Show me the supercut. Show me the supercut. Show me the actual fight. AMV. AMV? No. MV. Yeah. This is me and the fucking man in the woods, you know. Now. This is me and the man in the woods. I draw my blade, he draws his. Not half bad. Your blade thirsts for the blood of its enemies. Dude, this is a Jetstream Sam supercut. I can do this. Yeah, this is not a very well done video, I think. It's like, okay. No, dude, they're not even doing anything on the beat. You guys get the point. The only thing I know for real, there will be bloodshed. The man in the mirror nods his head, the only one left. We'll ride upon the dragon's back because the mountains don't give back what they take. I haven't heard that song in a while, too. You look cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe it's a friendly ghoul. Even friendly ghouls can't be near me. I find even friendly ghouls to be scary. Every man we encounter in the woods is a psycho, half cyborg with a blade and is willing to cut our heads off. Listen, Jetstream Sam wasn't even half cyborg. his only augmentation was one arm. Everybody else is cyborged up to the gills. He only had one arm and he was taking down everybody else. I have to confront the man in the woods. Honest to God, Scout's honor, I'm not trying to have an internet tough guy act here. I'm like ready for a man in the woods. Like one man in the woods. If I see two men in the woods, I'm running. But I'm ready for that too, man. I can do parkour, bro. I don't want to brag or nothing, but I can do parkour, okay? Oh shit, I'm in the woods. There's no stairs to jump down. Shit, fuck, I might be fucked, guys. I might be fucked. Listen, I just gotta encounter a Komodo dragon in the woods. Then one Komodo dragon, I've got it handled. You'd want the ghoul if it was you I saw? That makes sense. I got crazy powers. I can, have you played Prototype? You know Alex Mercer? I can basically do everything Alex Mercer can. What cat did you think you could fight? A mountain lion? No, not a mountain lion. It was no, not a mountain lion. Bobcat. Wait, was it a mountain lion? I could probably take a mountain lion. How hard could it be? How hard could it be? It jumps on me. It cuts me up a bit. It starts to bite me, but guess what? Boom, left arm catches the fucking bite, okay? And yeah, my left arm's gonna get torn up a bit, for sure. Oh yeah, no, that's right, Dragonfly. No, I couldn't take a mountain lion. I didn't know they were that big. That's right, I remember now. I didn't know they were that big. I was still thinking of my original version. I was thinking of the original version in my head of what a mountain lion looked like. Those things are fucking big, bro! Holy shit! Oh my god. I forgot. Can I have a spear? It was a riff on the man or bear in the woods meme. I know it was a riff on the man or bear. I understand why people say the bear, and I sympathize, and also I agree with them. But if I myself am put in that situation and you gave me a choice, a man shows up in the cage match or a bear shows up in the cage match, do you know what bears do? They're not like cats or dogs, chat. They don't go for your throat and snap your neck so that you die as fast as possible. No. Sometimes a bear will just sit on you and it'll disable you and leave you alive in horrible, horrible pain for hours, and then it'll send its way back to you. It'll sit on you and it'll start eating you alive. So I understand the meme. I understand the gender-specific privilege and the issues between the sexes. I get it. And again, I agree. I'm aware and I agree. But I'm not fucking choosing the bear, okay, motherfucker? I'm not getting eaten alive, okay? No thank you. No thank you. I say, man, they're easier to kill. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. However, the point of the conversation is not about what's easier to kill. It's about talking about how... I mean, do I gotta say it? Let's just say that there's a lot of guys that could be a little unsocialized, if you catch my drift. Out in the world, out there, the numbers are great, okay? Let's just be reasonable about this, okay? Let's be reasonable about this. What if the man had a gun and was trying to murder you and the bear was hungry? Which would you choose? I choose the man. Shoot me, dude. I'm not getting eaten alive, bro. If I'm dying either way, dude. Come on. This isn't even complicated. I gotta put shorts on. When I don't put my gym shorts on and I sit in my chair in my undies, chat, my legs get way too sweaty. Way too sweaty. I don't know what it is about the shorts, but it reduces the amount of sweat that I even sweat at all. It's a better way to put it. I mean, yeah, we gotta be, listen, we can have honest, serious truths that we talk about here. We can talk about serious truths without being inflammatory about it, okay? We're adults. We're reasonable, rational beings. We can point out the socioeconomic problems, and we can point out the rampant misogyny in our society without purposefully trying to piss off everybody. What if the man was also a cannibal? I still think he would kill me first before he ate me, so it's still preferential. The bear, I can't tell the bear, hey, please kill me before you eat me. The bear doesn't speak English, chat. The bear speaks Bernese, and I don't, okay? I barely even speak Spanish. I took 4 damn years of the course. ¿Dónde está mi piscina? ¿Dónde está mi piscina? What was that one line from Chris Tucker in Rush Hour 2? He was trying to lie about Jackie Chan being his brother, and he's like, yeah, I come from, his mom was my mama too, I'm Blackanese. I love the first 2 Rush Hour movies so much, guys, so much. Where is... Oh, I'm playing Vampyr. We're doing that now. Swapping over. What if the man was also a cannibal? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I could tell the man and just shoot me, dude. Just fucking shoot me, bro. I've only played 4 hours of Vampyr? That's weird. I feel like it was longer. Hey, hey. Stupid microphone. Get closer. Oh! Game loud. Allow access. Yes, please. Hold. Oh, oh. I gotta turn off the music. A bear would just swallow you whole. They do not swallow you whole. They munch and crunch on your bones. They munch and they crunch on your bones while you're still alive, okay? They do not swallow you whole. That is not a snake. Also, I think getting killed by a snake would be better than getting killed by a bear. Because a snake would strangle you to death. Like a gentleman! Like a damn gentleman, okay? Suffocation and poison are the gentlemen's and the femme fatales' respective chosen craft of killing, okay? That's too slow? What do you mean it's too slow? It's faster than getting eaten alive! What are you talking about? Ah! Am I crazy? Am I in a room full of rats right now? Is that what's going on? Suffocation! No breathing! I'm entering. I'm in a room full of rats right now, aren't I? God damn, people keep tricking me into thinking I'm not in a room full of rats. I hit enter. Night shift. Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm breathing. This is my last resort. Does the type of bear matter? I don't know. I'm not a bear expert. Give me a moment, chat. There's one thing I want to do. There's one thing I want to do. I'm feeling a little gunchy, so I'm going to blow my nose. I'm doing a little something. It's where you put your thumbs and you stick them up beneath your cheekbones, and you press up and outwards. And what this does is it creates a little bit of pressure that I'm assuming wiggles your sinuses a bit, just enough to allow your sinuses to drain. And already I'm feeling it. Oh yeah. I'm feeling it. I basically know I basically know karate, but just for the sinuses. Ah. Why are those censored out? Okay. See you real soon. Black bears are a lot more timid. I believe you. I would believe they're a lot more timid. But I wouldn't take my chances. I would not want to interact with black bears. I don't want to hang out with the bears, Chad. I'm sorry. I mean, I do want to hang out with the bears. They seem like really cool people. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Different bears, dude. Come on. This isn't fair. Rue is not into bears. Different bears. I would go get a beer with the bears, all right? They're probably really nice. What were we doing, dude? What's my mission? What is my quest? Give me a quest, Ghost Wizard, or I shall take one from you with my bare hands. Hey, do you guys want to see Tigtone? If it's white, good night. Yes. Brown, lay down. If it's a black bear, fight back. If it's white, good night. You're done. It's game over. It's Jover. Biden blast. Hold on. The begun of Tigtone. I want to show you this clip from the begun of Tigtone. Not this one. Well, actually, yes, this one.
I am in a lost and magic yet forgotten and ancient temple. For I have one of these things in common, and my name is
Tigtone! This is how I want my D&D games to go. Glory! The animation's so weird. I think this was an Adult Swim, a pitch for Adult Swim. A true adventurer. Hold, this is the Ghost Wizard.
I must ask you, Tigtone, do you enjoy
games?
I cannot
Believe my eyes.
Are
you friend or foe real? They're same. And somewhat same. Rolled into one. One and the same. I have beaten your challenge, Ghost Wizard.
Now
Give me a quest, or I shall take one from you with my bare hands!
a quest, eh? Then, Tigtone,
I haven't memorized the whole thing. Someday I will.
Ankles the blacksmith in the village of Love Knox. He will forge them into a great weapon and plant it.
I am a ghost! It is foretold! Seeds I can handle, but what risk?
Just
What are the stakes? There are no stakes. What? Nothing? Nothing at stake? Well, then I, myself, will place the very world at stake!
Farewell,
Ghost Wizard, or die trying! Dude, if he fails to deliver those seeds, he's gonna destroy the world. It's a completely self-imposed challenge. He has to destroy the world if he doesn't deliver the seeds. No! I don't want that there. No! I'm still looking at the map, thank you. I'm gonna turn up the volume for the game a bit, just for you guys. Then I, myself, shall place the very world at stake. Farewell, ghost wizard, or die trying. You just said doctor? Dr. Roo. Oh, Dr. Roo. I wonder why that was censored. That's weird. Hi, Shadow. Hey, buddy. Hi, Bubba Boy. Hi, Bubba Boy. Hey, what's wrong? Hey. Hey. I'm gonna ignore you if you do that. I'm literally crossing my arms and looking away. He really wants to hang out with me. He really, really wants to hang out with me right now. Sorry. I'm streaming. We're gonna go on a walk later. The baby be fucking yipping. He doesn't make a lot of noises, which is really cool. He's like a year old. He's maybe a little bit older than a year old. I have no idea how old he is, because I found him abandoned on the street. I don't want to be here. Where am I going? What is my quest? Give me a quest, Ghost Wizard. Yeah, I found him abandoned on the street. He's neutered, he's chipped, but it's unregistered.
It's locked.
So I have no idea how old he is. There's a lot of blood in here. But estimates are... Oh, people abandon huskies all the time. All the time they abandon huskies. 100%. 100% of 100%. Yeah, because they look at a husky, they watch Game of Thrones, they go, oh my gosh, look at how pretty that dog is. I want a dog like that. And then they pay $1,000 damn to get a husky puppy. And then they pay another $1,000 to get it neutered. And then they get it chipped, and they never register it. And then they get 1 year later, they become adolescent huskies who have a shit ton of energy, are little fucking terrors that tear everything apart and poop and piss everywhere. And they want to play literally all day long because huskies have the genetic energy. Well, genetically speaking, they have the energy to run for days at a time. They're a lot of dog. They require so much energy and so much time and so much effort. And they also have a coat that has an undercoat which blows out in the summer, which I spent 4 hours brushing out. So they're poopy, pissy, shitty little fucks. And then they go, oh wow, I should have done literally 2 seconds of research on the breed of dog I was getting. I'm a fucking moron. I'm a dipshit idiot loser. Time to abandon the dog on a busy street in the middle of downtown. You can tell I have fond feelings about the people who do this. You can tell that I think highly of the people who do this. Actually, 2 minutes of research. Please, God, please, God! Google's free, motherfucker!
Stop following me.
They put it on your phone! There's a browser on your phone, man! You used to work dog shows? How was that? Then they let them roam the neighborhood at all hours without a leash? That's... I'm just gonna pretend I didn't read that. I have nothing good to say. I'm gonna say, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think it's bad. I think they're bad people. I don't know what vampire shit I'm trying to get up to. Also, hi, Small Nez. I think that's bad. I don't like it. No good. Very bad. Naughty. You almost got attacked by someone's mastiff once? Dude, people gotta train their dogs. You gotta make your dog non-reactive. I should fuck with Shadow more. Like, I should fuck with his ears. I should mess with him. I should just make him get used to being annoyed and then not doing anything about it. Because it's important that that a dog you have, especially larger dogs, you want to make them non-reactive because they don't know their own strength. They're stupid. They're dogs. They're dummies. I'm already. You put your teeth on me? Okay. You want my hand in your mouth? You're gonna get my hand in your mouth, buddy. Especially with dogs meant to kill wolves. Yeah, mastiffs. Oh my god, they're huge. People finding dogs and puppies covered in horrible substances or taped up on the side of the road. Yeah, how could you do that to anything? I'm trying to figure out how to shift gears from this topic, because if we continue down this path, I'm just gonna go on a rant that's needlessly immature and rage-filled and violent. And I am a man. I'm an adult. I'm a mature, cool-headed, rational, reasonable being who does not want to rant about John Wick-ass stuff.
My blood and soul.
Okay?
The life running in his veins.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen.
Listen, is John Wick 1 one of my favorite movies? Yeah, but that doesn't matter, okay? I'm so hungry, guys. I might have to get that burrito sooner than later. Is winter a good time of year? Fall and winter are my favorite times of the year, and it's not even close. It's not even close. Fall and winter, if I could press a button, if I could do the evil villain thing, I am an evil villain, by the way. If I could do the evil villain thing, and I could produce a machine, a weather machine of some kind that could turn everything to fall and winter all the time, without causing horrible damage to the ecosystem somehow, I would do it. I would do it, and you guys would be like, it's so cold, and I would say, put on a fucking jacket. I'm making it cold. Every time you complain it's cold, I'm cranking it down 1 degree. Hello, my little rat friends. They're my friends. I will not eat them. They are my friends. They are my friends. They're my buddies. I do not want to eat the rats. 1, it's undignified. 2, they're my friends. You're from Texas, cold 24/7. Who here wants to join the vanguard of winter? Who here wants to join the vanguard of winter? I need soldiers. Don the plate armor. Bask in the magics of the frost. I have for you axes. I have for you plate. Don the mail. Don the tabards. We raise our banners and we ride at dawn. Sisters and brothers. Theys and thems. Join me. We must bring the clouds. Want to join the winter gang? Fuck yes. Ruru, the summer court of the Fae would like to have a word with you. Well, I want a word with them. How dare they? How dare they even think to speak to me? They are beneath my notice. They're not even people to me. They are lesser beings, the summer court. I will see them all hanged. I will see them all set upon pikes on my winter kingdom. Dude, I know why the winter guys are the bad guys all the time in shows and stuff. This is fucking awesome. Putting people on pikes is based. Man, it's so easy. Winter just overtakes you, man. You start to thirst for blood. Holy shit. I wasn't even trying that hard. It just like... Sorry, I'm shaking off the spirit of winter, guys. I don't know what came over me there. Somewhere that has all 4 seasons? I'm with you. Well, I just want 2 seasons. Give me fall and winter. I'm happy. Give me just fall, frankly. Hi, Swindy. Welcome in. You're lurking. Man, I'm about to lurk my way over to get some burrito. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I wanna get a burrito. Is it really only been... It's only been 2 hours? For real? I don't know. Okay, so there's a quest marker over here. I don't know what it's for. What are you gonna get in the burrito? No, it's a pre-made burrito. It's like a burrito from a corner store. Hi, Levi Exodus. Special hello to you. Thank you for redeeming the redeem. No, it's a pre-made burrito from the corner store. It's got like egg and potato and bacon in it. Some sausage. So I'll be using that. I'm just gonna throw it in the oven for 20. You know what? I'm gonna do that right now. I'm hungry. I'm gonna put the burrito, I'm gonna put the pre-made breakfast burrito in the oven right now. It'll take 20 minutes to cook. We're gonna go to an ad break really quick. I also have to go to the bathroom, so this is perfect timing. I'll be right back, gamers. See you real damn soon. Stretch, refill your waters, take your pisses, and I'll see you in just a short bit of time. Be right back, screen! I went out and I gave him a little treat. What the fuck? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Dude, my mouth is acting so straight. You know what I gotta do? Maybe I gotta reset my microphone. Reload. I said reload. Huh. I fixed it. I think I fixed it? Yes? I think so. It's at least a little fixed, perhaps. Baba baba. Baba daba daba. Dooba daba doobie. The gain. I lowered the gain. Maybe that's why. I wonder if I can make it more sensitive. It's good. It just doesn't feel like my mouth is moving right. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, now it looks like it's moving right. Yeah, baby. We're back in business. So I don't remember what I was doing in this game. Give me a moment. I found a strategy for unclogging your ears and also your sinuses. You basically, you pinch your nose, you put water in your mouth, and you don't swallow it. And then you try to breathe through your nose while keeping it still pinched, and then you swallow the water at the same time. Damn it. You don't try to push too hard while breathing through your nose. You just pressure, just some pressure. I heard some good stuff about that. I really hope I set my alarm. Yes, I did. We're good. We're solid. Okay, just Woder. Take some good sleep. Gotta wake up early tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm not streaming, by the way, guys. Tomorrow, I will be waking up. I got work tomorrow at my other job. And tomorrow morning, I was thinking of essentially taking care of some streamy stuff and getting prepared for the Warpath stream. Speaking of, I do want to remind everybody that the Warpath stream is on Wednesday. We are sponsored by the free-to-play game Warpath. I'm a professional streamer, and I, gotta chill stuff sometimes. So, we're gonna be playing Warpath, and there are rewards for hitting certain goals and doing certain things that don't necessarily involve spending money, just playing the game. So for those of you out there who are interested in supporting the stream and do not have the monetary means to do so, consider joining us. Consider joining us and playing some of this game with us. I will teach people how to download it, how to play it on Wednesday, and then I'll be doing sessions of playing it with the crew over Discord. This stream is not sponsored yet. Yet. Do you post a schedule on Twitter? I post it in the Discord, actually. If you're interested, I can hit !Discord for you. And I have a schedule right over there. Yeah, I kind of stopped posting to Twitter.
Please, I feel sick. Get over here now.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's what I was doing. I was trying to find ways to heal people. Treatment for fatigue. He is fatigued. He does not feel good. The treatment for fatigue is what? What do I have? Weapons? Weapons and modules? Junk? Quest items. I don't have those. Main hand. Maybe I need to synthesize the fatigue thing. Bring his knife back. That might be it. I might have to synthesize a potion as a full-on alchemist. But yeah, I kind of stopped posting my schedule to Twitter. I've been posting it mostly to Discord instead. I'll take that, thank you. I don't need to look at that. Well, Let's go a little faster. Just let me run. Run everywhere.
Give your wife the best.
Let's go!
Give her big runs, big
Thank you so much for the 17 months. Holy shit. Hi, Monstro. Welcome in. I really appreciate that. Every little bit helps the stream. I super appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing? How you doing? I'm going to synthesize a cure. Clove essence, light regeneration, treatment for fatigue. I have crafted it. I poured root beer into a square glass, and now I just got beer. Root beer, square glass. Root. I skimmed over it the first time. I wanted to thank you for the subscription. That's a really good joke. That's a damn good joke. Well played. Your Discord newbie? It's not, you don't gotta do too much stuff. Getting into the Discord, it'll explain all the things you should do. Click on some buttons. Click around. Is fine. Ooh. I'm gonna look for citizens? No, I don't need to. I'm okay. We're rocking it. We're fine.
Now I just got beer.
I thought you were legitimately saying that you just got root beer. And I was like, damn, I kind of want root beer. There's like a really good root beer brand. I can't remember. Does anyone know? What's your favorite root beer brands? Tell me them, and maybe one of them will be the one I'm thinking of, and I'll recognize it. There's a woman in one of the tents. Nope. This one? He's not going to be in Rush Hour 3. A and W. Okay, so that's the mass. That's the big one.
I can't find the lady.
Where's the lady? I think I might have spoken to her. It's been a while though.
It's been a while since I've been. I hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I first called you. And everything I can remember. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Good evening, Nurse Brandon.
IBC.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. You're live in London. I have talked to her. I've talked to her extensively. Tippets praises you. Am I gonna squeal on Tippets and his medical error? I think I should, honestly. Tippets. Dr. Corcoran Tippets. He's convinced that Gwyneth Brannigan is overqualified as a nurse. What does that mean? Does he not like her? Oh, he thinks she's amazing. Corcoran is exhausting himself, refuses to stop working. His medical error could cost Mr. Connor his life. He fucked up because he's too tired, and a guy died. He needs to be held accountable. Barks and IBC. I'm thinking of a small batch one. I'm thinking of like a crafty root beer. You're back. You don't like root beer as much? I don't really drink any soda. I'm not trying to be like a soda superiority situation. An anti-soda superiority. I'm not trying to do that. Ever since I stopped eating sugary things and drinking sugary soda, guys, now if I do it, I can actually detect a very uncomfortable film of sugar and materials on my teeth. And I hate it. I can't stand it. It is noticeable. It is uncomfortable. I can't do it. I like seltzer water. Seltzer water's fine. You know me, I'll have a White Claw any day. Tippets praises you. I gotta tell her about the medical error.
Tell me what Dr. Tippets did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippets would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner?
I'm not saying we
like
lose
Dr.
him. I'm
Tibbets
saying we
in
yell
our
at him so he
situation?
he stops overworking himself. This guy, the reason that a dude died, chat, the reason a dude died is because this very decorated doctor, he's good at his job, he's overworking himself so hard that he's suffering from sleep deprivation. Therefore, he was too tired to do his job properly, and a guy died because of that error. Okay? A guy died because this guy refused to stop overworking himself. He needs to sleep. He needs to get some rest. Antihistamines. This isn't allergies. I have something else going on right now. You don't understand seltzer water? It tastes like TV static. Same. Get grapefruit seltzer water. Get Topo Chico. Topo Chico grapefruit. Topo Chico lime. Topo Chico! I'm taking sponsors. Topo Chico, let me know. I will shill your product. I like your product. Kershaw Knives, you too. I'm looking at you, baby. I'll talk about Kershaw Knives all day long. You love TV static flavor. I love petroleum-based products flavor. I understand what you did. You took a great risk. You did not have the right. I understand, but I'm also mad. Where's that option?
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but you took a great risk. Must I remind you that a man died?
You mean you've never made a mistake? Never covered your tracks? Come on, Doctor. I wasn't born yesterday.
Huh. My hands smell like dog. Tippets praises
Why
you.
does Dr. Tippets claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippets does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Sorry, blowing my nose. I'm all stuffed up. You never tasted seltzer water? There's flavored seltzer water. Okay, I always get shit for this, but I kind of like LaCroix. It's fine. Okay, listen, I appreciate subtle flavors. I got used to subtle flavors. Yeah, LaCroix does not have a lot of flavor to it. It's like, it's 1% of a lime spread throughout an entire 12-ounce can. I don't give a shit, okay? My taste buds are more powerful than the rest of yours, and that's my problem? That sounds like a you problem. My taste is so powerful I can even taste 1% of lime. It tastes like it was made next to fruit. I'm a super taster then, okay? Because I can taste it really good. Adam Mellowly Chorus, you gotta go. Okay, you take it easy. I'm gonna be back on Wednesday. We're gonna be there Wednesday morning. We're gonna be playing Warpath, and probably also chatting and chilling for a bit, and then playing some Warpath. Poo Milk, you missed your window. Someone already said it. I won't reveal Dr. Tippets' error.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippets. Shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippets is a brilliant practitioner.
Convince him to sleep.
We most definitely need his know-how.
Convince him to sleep.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk.
What the fuck?
Dr. Tippets
Why can't I tell her?
must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
Dude!
Goodbye, nurse.
What the fuck?
Call me if you need assistance.
I need to yell at that man to tell him to sleep. Go to sleep. You killed a man. Brother, hey, look at me.
Good evening, Dr. Tippets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
This is not a good angle. Hold
Goodbye,
on.
Dr. Tippett.
Hold on. Bad angle.
Another night with the glorious.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
There we go.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
I'll ruin my rep if I tell him to go to sleep. I don't... What?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran.
Yeah.
Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos.
Motherfucker, if you don't go to sleep,
Once
you will
more
kill them.
unto the breach.
Your attitude is irresponsible, Doctor. Believe me, I've seen so many medical errors caused by exhaustion during the war.
You're right. This is a war, Dr. Reed. And I don't intend
He's not going to listen to
surrender.
me. Idiot.
Goodbye, Doctor.
I feel like I can't fire him and I can't make him... Can I really not vampire charm him so that he goes to sleep for 3 hours? Really? The fruit was in the factory before the drink was made. Yeah. Ah! Sorry, I got something in my eye. Dude, there's so many things going wrong with me today. There's so many things. I got my nose, I got the dog. The dog is yelling at me because he wants to go on a walk. My throat's all gunchy. Shit's flying into my eye. I don't get a break. Hey, you.
Hey, Doc.
Personal questions. Wait.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox.
Wait.
This place is full of...
I'm gonna give you some medicine. I'm a
Consider
doctor.
yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Yeah.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way.
I'm a doctor.
And
I took an
also
oath.
Weaknesses that can be exploited.
Wow. Why would you say that? Why would you tell me that? Now I have to kill you. Why would you tell me that? Why wouldn't you keep that in your head, bro?
I'll leave you for
I'm
now,
gonna leave
Mr.
him.
Cox.
Sorry, this is the pacifist run, chat. Well, except for the thousands upon thousands of vampire hunters that I rip apart into bloody shreds. Besides that, this is the pacifist run. Oh, my burrito's done. Give me a moment, my lovelies. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm gonna put on, while I'm eating, I'm gonna put on words on stream and see if we fare any better than we did the last time we did it. I do think they made the game a little bit harder, but we'll see. We'll see. It's possible. Nothing's impossible, chat. Remember that. Hold, let me get my music on. There we go. I'm gonna put in evil. Wait, where'd my audio go? There it is. Believe. Ooh, good believe. They're starting to believe. They're starting to believe. Vile is also great. Did I ever tell you guys about one of my first, not my first character, but this is the first iteration of my character Nim. It was in a Star Wars D20 game. And I asked the DM, hey, we're playing in the original trilogy, but I want to do something from the Old Republic. I would love to play a Sith from the Sith Academies, but a Sith who had frozen himself for however many thousand years so that he would be the only Force user left in the future. He froze himself to avoid the war so that once all the Jedi and the Sith were dead, he would be the most powerful person ever. And I would love to pretend to be like a rogue or a smuggler, because everyone was at level 5. My character had to be at level 10 to be a Sith Lord. So I was a level 10 character pretending to be a level 5 character by not using weapons that I could use. Like a blaster. I had a plus 10 to hit because I was level 10. But I didn't know how to use a blaster, so I had minus 5. I was bad at blasters, which put me at plus 5 to hit, which was exactly what everyone else was hitting at. So I was sitting there shooting the blaster, and everyone else was none the wiser. Anyway, his name was Vilus Darth Nim. Vilus Nim was his full name, his government name. So you putting down Vile reminded me of Vilus Nim. And his whole deal was, once he woke up and he realized that he was one of the, if not the most powerful being in the galaxy, he looked around and he said, hey, I basically own this place. This whole galaxy basically belongs to me because I'm the most powerful being in it. I'm essentially God. So I don't really have, like, I own everything here. So I don't really gotta, I wanna experience all that I own. I wanna see what I got. And so he spends years going around the galaxy, just doing different shit for fun. He becomes a fisherman on an ocean planet. He becomes a smuggler because he's like, I wonder what it's like to be a smuggler. And then he like pretends to be one. I'm gonna open up a food cart. I'm gonna open a food cart for fun. I wonder what it's like to be a fisherman. I wonder what it's like to do pod racing. So he's just running around goofing off. Because in his mind, everything belongs to him anyway. He's allowed to have fun. I like the idea of a god complex character. It was somewhat earned in that regard because he really was a Sith Lord living it up in the future with no other powerful people around that he knew of. I guess if you're not edgy as the Sith, you're doing it wrong. I just love playing characters that have the aesthetic of being edgy, but they're really chill. And I can't stop myself. I love doing that. Your eyes? What happened? Oh. I see. Oh, you already got mold. Shit. Damn. Mad doll. No, nope. Didn't think so. Lad. Molad. Daymole. Dude, they made this harder. Sith are just incels. I don't have a high opinion of the popular interpretation of Sith. Basically, the Sith have the same lore as the Dark Elves from Warhammer Fantasy. They're all basically Saturday morning cartoon villains if they had like an R rating. No, they're all Fast and Furious villains, and they kill dudes that work for them just to prove how bad they are. It's just very silly to me. You know what? You know who the best villain ever was? His name was Xanatos. He was in Gargoyles. And honestly, if Xanatos offered me a job, me knowing he's a villain, I would fucking jump for that job, dude. I would be like, oh yeah, big time. I'll work for you, Xanatos, no problem. Beru! Beru! You caught me in the middle of this burrito. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. Yes, we are still playing Vampire. No, not right now because I'm eating a burrito. Hi, Beru. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. I'm Shadowroo, Shadow, and Ruin. I'm a pirate. I'm a bartender. But mostly, I'm chillin'. I had something for this, okay? I swear to God. I can't remember it right now, but bear with me, okay? I've had a rough night. My throat feels weird. My sinuses are all gunched up. I'm hungry. Something flew into my eye. My damn dog is yelling at me through my window because he really wants me to take him out on a walk. I'm having a rough night, okay? It's been a while. Hi, Beru. It's so good to see you. It has been a while. I also have not streamed in the evening time in a while, so this is somewhat unusual for me. I think I'm going to do it more, though. You hope things get better. I'm exaggerating. It's not that bad. My throat's actually, it's just kind of annoying. Frankly, I feel really good. I feel okay. That's somewhat of a lie. I did feel kind of weird at work today whenever I exerted myself. So I might be actually not feeling well. It's just really low key. Actually, it's weird because I went on a walk right after work and I felt fine. Maybe I'm just allergic to work. You wouldn't work for Xanatos? I don't think he'd screw me over. I would just help him with his schemes. But it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. How was your stream? I have finished my meal. What were we up to? Were you doing art? Chilling with some art, perhaps? Excuse me. I was fucking thirsty. Alright, I'm done eating. Oh, shit. We might die on this one. Fan art for a friend? Most excellent. This is hard. Vare. Bave. Nope, Eve. That was a good hit. Well, I hope you had a very cozy stream. Thank you for the raid. I miss hanging out. I mean, it's been a long while. Can you believe? I knew you in 2022. I've been streaming for 3.5 years. Actually, feels kind of longer. Oh, hey, look, we did it. Yeah, it's been 3.5 years. That feels weird, right? It doesn't feel that. It feels like it's been longer. I almost feel like I want to say I've been streaming 5 years. So I'm having like a weird opposite effect that most people have. Morchego Cinzento Arts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you like my bombastic pronunciation of your screen name. School taught you nothing. No. Listen. Everyone has their specialties, okay? Everyone's got their specialties. Everyone's got their specialities, right? Looking at a bunch of jumbled up letters is not your speciality, and frankly, you don't need it to be. This is just for fun. This is a fleeting moment of amusement, solely for me to allow you guys to have some level of baby sensory activity going on while I eat my burrito, so that the only thing in your ears isn't me munching on egg, and the only thing in your eyes is me and my model opening my mouth and closing my eyes. This isn't real. It's just for fun. Everything we do here is for fun. Sometimes we talk about, like, stuff. But we try to do it in a fun way, goddammit. I've been streaming for thousands of years. 1,000 years. I'm glad you do. But yeah, I guess time do be flying. 2022 feels like a long time ago. It really does. No, you can't use S twice, unfortunately. Oh shit. I feel like Psych should have worked. I think you deserve that, skimpy minion. Hold on, I'm gonna try blowing my nose again. The right amount of weird. I'm glad you feel like it's cozy. Sometimes you look at yourself as a streamer, as a content creator. Kiosk is an actual word, I agree. You should have gotten that too. You look at yourself as a streamer, as a content creator, and you try to figure out, what is my vibe and why do people like what I got going on? What is my shit and why do people like smelling it? And I've done, you know, I kind of follow my mood. I try to be as genuine as possible, really. If I'm feeling a bit tired, I don't try super hard to pretend I'm not a bit tired. If I'm feeling energetic, you best believe that I kind of, you know, I take it and I run. I'm wacky. I'm loud. I'll sing. I'll wear my emotions on my sleeve to some degree. But I do feel like lately, or at least in the last year and a half, my soul has been pulling me towards putting on some jazz, talking in a relatively slow voice, I suppose, into a thoughtful, reasonable, again, rational, using big words. I've been doing a lot of reading. I've been doing a lot of chillin. I like jazz. It makes my brain feel nice. Sorry, by the way. I'm gonna get back to the game. What have I been reading? I just read Tiger and Wolf by Adrian Tchaikovsky. That was my most recent read. I've been reading Gideon the Ninth, and I picked up, what is this called? I want to make sure I get it right. The Winter of Our Discontent by Steinbeck. By John Steinbeck. The Winter of Our Discontent. Hold on. What's the summary? This is a review. Instead of being set in the far west. Oh! Morchego. Okay. I'm sorry. Skimpy Minion, thank you for the follow. And CyberZack44, thank you for following. You have some friends who love Gideon the Ninth. Yeah, I'm trying to get through it. I've been busy. Busier than when I was reading Tiger and Wolf. I'm a writer. Guys, I wear a lot of hats. I'm really realizing I wear a lot of hats. Hold on. I gotta turn off my music. I'm a writer. I'm a fiction writer. I'm a voice actor. You could call me professional, just not industry. If I've been paid, it counts as being professional, okay? And I'm a game designer. I'm a streamer. I'm designing a tabletop role-playing game inspired by Dungeons and Dragons in the high fantasy swords and sorcery style, but we're adding rifles and tanks. I'm also working on designing a mechanized war game, just so I can use my Gundam models in a war game. You want me to read you one of my own creations sometime? I will. I have. I've done that before. I'll do it again. I could read today. I could read now. I feel weird. I know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. But sorry guys, I gotta do my own sound effects because I lost all my sound effects. I gotta do it with my mouth. TFO Warrior, by the way. Good one. Solid work. I don't know why. I don't know why. You're promoted. You could be keeper of the bees. One of your own creations. It's something I wrote. I've got something for you. You guys want to hear me read a story? I could read part of the story. I don't know if I want to read the whole thing, but I could read part of the story. I feel all tongue-tied. I feel all tongue-tied today. I think it's part of my sinus problem. Ugh. Ugh. Excuse me. Hydrate? You don't know me like I know me. You don't know me at all. Tell them, boys. And that's when the boys come out and say, Boss drinks 3 liters of water every hour. I'm hydrated. We're good. Tell them, boy, you don't know me at all. You can't say that. But by the way, Mobu, I did see you come back, by the way. Hello. Where's my story? The King of Nothing. The dead king still breathed, and the dark castle seemed to breathe with him. The warrior in black stepped into the audience chamber and immediately felt the wrongness in the room. The way the air moved, that pulsing corpse breath that flowed through the chambers and rustled the faded red banners which hung from the ceiling. That breathing, like the breath of what once was, without the potential of what was to be. The king sat slouched over, heaving raspy breaths. The throne upon which he sat was extravagant, inlaid with gold filigree swirling designs depicting unicorns and lions and other great conquered beasts. The spindly creature atop it did not live up to his chair. He was bone thin, his once rich clothes ragged and frayed and stained. The man's sunken eyes were half open as he stooped forward, his head nodding with each sour, shallow gasp. His thin gray hair fell over his face, his cranium, like that of a skull, someone had sewed the dead flesh back onto after it had sloughed off.
Thank you for the follow, Artemis and Midnight, and Swish18, and Oreo VTB.
Behind the king and his throne stood a dark door, small and old and unremarkable, like the door to a closet or a cellar. The warrior's eyes lingered on that door a moment, but his attention snapped to the corpse king. "Where is everyone gone?" the warrior asked. His voice, which he hadn't used in some weeks, came out in a whisper. He'd have repeated himself, but it was so quiet in the chamber that he was certain the withered man on the chair had heard him. Slowly, deliberately, the king raised himself up, straightened his back. He blinked his eyes as if waking himself from an afternoon nap, and warily his head swung to regard the intruder.
Huh? What?
His voice was robust. It boomed across the chamber. "Who are you? You're not one of my guards." The man's eyes snapped down to the warrior's blade. The warrior held it in his hands loosely, gripping it by the rain guard. It was a great black blade, and no sheath might reasonably conceal it, so it was naked to the world. "My, a fearsome sword. What are you, a knight? But your hair's too long, I think." He wheezed. It could have been a laugh. "You're good and tall, and look at that armor, black as the night sky. Might have cost a pretty penny. But a king like myself will spare no expense, I dare say." "And which king," the warrior said, "might I have the great honor of speaking with?" The decrepit man puffed himself up. If he had any mass to his chest, it might have been impressive. "I'm King Ronet Alberian of Alba. Did Nicone not tell you my name? Did he not send you here so I could bless your blade and honor your pledge to my service?" The warrior shook his head. "I'm afraid not, O king," he said. "I fear I am a newcomer to Alba, and I am woefully ignorant of your ways and methods. Where have all your people gone?" "Then I'll talk to him later," the king said. "I haven't seen him for some time, actually. I'm afraid I haven't seen much of anyone. But that's besides the matter. What's your name, then?" "I'm Lothian of Enoria," Lothian said. "Then, Sir Lothian of Enoria, I accept your pledge to the service of the Alberian royal blood." Lothian raised a brow. "I have yet to pledge to anything at all, King of Alba." For the first time, Ronet's eyes seemed truly to settle on Lothian's face, and on his long ears, ears that were pointed, ears that were inhuman. "You're an elf," Ronet said. "I am, O king." "Does it offend your sensibilities to pledge service to a mortal human king?" "I offer you all respect, your highness," Lothian said. "I do no less for those who live, be they small, or long-lived, or mortal. I hold nothing but love for creatures that crawl, or fly, or swim. I am a steward of the world, and a friend to all if they'll have me. But I confess, your highness, that I am no knight, nor am I looking for a lord to pledge my service to. I am on a quest, which brings me to many places. I travel often, it is my whole life, and though I am Enorian and pacifist by nature, I have a dark quest in my heart. For I seek to hunt down those responsible for the death of Urain."
"Hi, Bagel Boy, welcome in. Marine Swirl Salt, thank you for the follow."
Ronet's face fell. "I'm sorry to hear that, Lothian. And who is this Urain who was sadly slain?" Lothian paused. "Someone very dear to me." "I'm sorry for your loss," Ronet said. "Well, if you won't pledge service to me as a king, then I ask of you a boon." "Yes, your highness." Will you provide some small company to an old man? He asked. His shoulders sank as he said it. Will you stay and chat with me here in this quiet castle? Will you stay a while and fill the silence for even a moment? In his words was a desperation that undercut the boisterousness. His kingly royal bluster dripped with a very human desire, a quiet solitude, which had ripped from him the dignity he'd been able to afford his whole life. The king, at this moment, looked to Lothian like any other child, asking for a friend. Lothian couldn't help himself. He nodded. I will pledge to this cause, Your Highness. King Ronet's face broke into a wide, skeletal smile. Thank you, Sir Lothian of Honoria, but let's drop the formals. Call me Ro. The king's eyes took on a faraway look. My friends used to call me that. Ages and ages ago. Lothian nodded. Very well, Ro. And since I am no knight, you may call me Lothian. Now, I ask again because I am curious. I wonder where all your people have gone. Do you know? I can't find them for the life of me! King Ro shrieked. His words echoed off the dark stone. Lothian took a quick step back as the king surged forward, his wasted eyes coming to bright burning life. His naked feet brought him down 2 steps from the throne before he stumbled and collapsed to the floor, his thin wrists holding him aloft. The king hung his head and sobbed. I don't know where they are. There's no one to even fetch me a persimmon from the garden. The king's head snapped up, burning eyes boring into Lothian with such intensity even Lothian had to suppress a shudder. Will you fetch me a persimmon, Lothian? I beg you. I've not tasted a sweet thing in days, when once I would gorge myself on them every hour, every minute, every second. Lothian let out a slow, hot breath he'd been holding. He removed his hand from the grip of his black blade and held it loosely in his hands once again. I will fetch you the persimmon, Lothian said quietly. And then, we will look for all your people, you and I. Yes? Yes, of course! The scrawny king hopped to his feet. He thrust both twig-like arms into the air, shaking his wrists. I can't thank you enough, young warrior. Lothian was not young by any mortal measure. He was beyond his 200th year, but he made no mention of this, and instead bowed his head so that his white hair hung over his eyes, so that he could allow himself a measure of expression, that of pity, for the poor creature before him was pitiably mad. Morchego, have a good night. I think they're already gone. I'll return soon, Lothian said. He took a step away, and his eyes caught the plain door behind the king again. A ghost of an urge pulled at him, but he knew that door couldn't lead to the garden, and that was where he was to go. And with a flutter of his black cloak, he turned and left. Lothian did not ask for directions because he had been to many a castle. Though some were twisted and strange, many human castles repeated certain human patterns. Mortal folk were predictable, or more so, they were fond of their habits, and they loved to learn from one another, imitate, and mimic. It was a quality Lothian admired at times, but lately Lothian saw that habit as a bane, a curse, for humanity had mimicked each other into a universal doom, marching alongside their comrades, sans questioning, challenging the pillars they knew. They insisted upon their own nature, and they denied the art, the love, the passion that spurred them ever onward. Instead, they had relied on tradition, on patterns, and they had assumed that what was should always be. And for all that, your reign was dead. The thought struck Lothian like a hammer to the heart. He felt crippled, like a shell, where the slightest touch could cave in the surface and the whole structure might collapse in on itself. He felt like dust in his black armor. He felt like nothing. For a moment Lothian stopped, and he placed a gauntleted hand against the cold stone wall. He stood there a moment and closed his eyes, and he breathed in slowly, holding that breath until his heart resumed an easy, consistent beat. He breathed until his blood settled. He breathed, and the dark castle seemed to breathe with him. And then he opened his eyes, and he continued his walk. He followed corridor after corridor, passing by faded banners and hollow armor standing at attention. He pushed open a pair of old oaken doors to find himself in a walled-off enclosure where there was once a garden. Once. For now the plants and bushes were wilted, faded. At the center of this great walled cemetery was a lone husk of a tree. Surrounding it were the rotting remains of hundreds of fallen persimmons, gnawed and eaten by tiny creatures slowly turning into a fetid slime and swelling with mold and writhing maggots. Flies had taken this place. They buzzed incessantly all around. Lothian trudged forward, his nose wrinkling at the smell, and as he walked amongst the flies, he closed his eyes and focused. Keep from my eyes and ears. Keep from my body. I am great and tall and big, and my movements could kill you. Stay away. The flies parted before him. Power swelled in the air, but it was the power of the kindly word and the gentle breeze. The swarm fluttered away, buzzing out of his reach, and Lothian marched toward the great dead tree. He hoped there he'd find perhaps the last, arguably edible fruit. But his long days had brought a pessimism to him that hadn't been there in the days when the world was brighter. The realization startled him. As the world goes cold, so do I, he thought. I must fight that with every breath. But as Lothian arrived at the tree, the flies' buzzing grew louder, starting off at a low, even droning, and swiftly rising into a great cacophony. It seemed to vibrate the very air, to resonate in the earth, in Lothian's bones. The flies rose up into a great swarm, a roiling dark mass which blocked Lothian's way. Lothian stopped, and though he itched to raise his blade, he resisted. Instead, he watched as the flies coalesced into a writhing, humanoid face with a wide mouth and empty eyes. "You've trespassed," the flies hissed. They spoke as one, the effect a disconcerting resonance. "You march into our kingdom, you crush beneath you our dead roots, and you squish our sweet fruits in which we implanted our children. You wield wicked magics against us, forcing us from your path. You are an invader, you are a fool, and you are evil." Lothian regarded the swarm for a moment, brow raised. He closed his eyes, nodding, and then he bowed deeply. "My humblest apologies," he said. "I wish to claim ignorance, but ignorance is no excuse. The laws of your land are as sacrosanct as the laws of any other." "Baby Tao, thank you for the follow." Immediately, the flies swelled with pride. "Yes," they cried. "Our laws are sacrosanct. We are the kings of this place. We are the rulers of the dead and the rotten." And then they hovered there, now puzzled. "You do not shriek. You do not weep. You do not curl your lip in disgust. We are flies, and we are fearsome. Why do you not shudder before us?" "I am sorry for the world that it has treated you so," Lothian said. "But you will not see the same from me. I am Lothian of Honoria, and I consider the flies my friends." "How is this so?" the flies asked, astonished. "It's my way," he said. "It has been my way since I was a child. When I was young, I was chosen to carry the black blade. because I could not crush a caterpillar in my hand. Those who carry the burden of destined death must struggle to kill even the smallest, most vile little creatures. They chose me because they knew if I must use my sword, it would only be in a moment of absolute necessity, so that no life is lost without great purpose. Lothian bowed his head. I carry the burden and the curse of murder, my friends. It has always been my sincerest and deepest hope that I never, ever have to wield it. Lothian tightened his grip on his sword, and for all that, I could not save your reign.
It pains you, then, to wield your sword? The flies asked.
It hurts my very soul.
Then you will not stand against us, they seethed, as we fall upon you like the tide, and we crawl over your fresh, pale flesh, and we wiggle between your long silver hairs, and we crawl into your pointy ears. You will not slash and cut us as we burrow into your blue jelly eyes and lay our eggs in your soft, fatty brain.
Lothian shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot allow this. I am on a quest, as I have said, and it must be done. Will you not allow me a rotten persimmon, at least, to carry to the old man inside the castle?
There is no choice, the flies said. We are kings of this land. We have inherited the rot, and it is so, for no one has challenged us throughout our whole lives.
How long has that been? Lothian asked, innocently.
We emerged from the fruit 5 moons ago, they said, and our forebears 10 moons before that. It has been ages, aeons, and we have been here all along. So, it is our divine right.
The flies paused.
Why do you ask?
No reason, Lothian said hurriedly, just curious. It seems we are at an impasse. You will not allow me the persimmon, and I will not allow you to eat my eyes. Lothian bowed his head and rubbed his chin. Then he looked up. How about a trade?
Trade?
Asked the flies. We exchange something we each own, in good faith, and we each walk away all the better for it. I offer to you a tale of sweets and fruits. In exchange, I ask from you a rotten persimmon.
Sweets and fruits? The flies buzzed closer. Do you mean to deceive us?
I have no reason to, Lothian said. I believe you want what I have, for my tale is of a brighter time, a greener time, a time of grapes and oranges and apples when such things were allowed to exist. My tale is of flowing rivers and verdant green forests when such things cover these lands, a time when flies might feed on more than rotten persimmons.
You must tell us, the flies said.
They were distractible little things. Their attention jumped as easily as a leaf on the river. Do you agree to my trade?
Yes, answer us, Lothian of Honoria.
What would you like to hear first?
Was there flesh to consume?
The flies asked hopefully. Plenty, Lothian said, his tone darker. Death and life danced together. They were fast friends. Where death danced, life would soon follow. Where life played, death was always watching. And when the time came for the living to cross the river, their flesh would persist for flies and buzzards to feast upon.
A magical world,
the flies sighed. And there was war, Lothian said. All around there was war, and the dead lay scattered on the fields beneath their banners. Lothian swallowed. He did not like thinking of such things, let alone describing them. And they all rotted in the sun under a clear blue sky.
We love war, the flies said.
I know, Lothian thought. You and the buzzards and the jackals. You and the lords and the kings who killed your reign.
Where is this wonderful world?
The flies asked. Lothian looked up to the reddened sky. Gone, he said. Gone is the old world. Now death is alone, holding the corpse of her friend, Now all is decay, and the fungus and the tree will not sprout from the rich dirt, because Uraine is dead, and all that she carried will fade and fade until the last remains of life itself will wear away and leave only silence and cold rock. Who is Uraine, Lothian? The flies asked this question quietly. Their excited buzzing had died down to a low hum. A silent horror had overtaken them. We do not know this name, though we are kings and we know everything. Lothian knelt down, resting the tip of his blade in the dirt, and the guard pressed against his cheek as he pressed his hand to the earth. Uraine is the Enorian name for the world. The flies boiled into a seething, wrathful mass. Who did this? Lothian looked at them. His stare was a long, sad one. O kings of the garden, that is what I am trying to find out. They are who I am tracking and hunting this very moment, and I need your help to catch them. Anything, they said. First, a persimmon. They are scattered all around. Take whichever one you please. Next, an answer to a question. Ask us. We know everything. We've always known everything. The lands beyond these walls housed 1,000 people, Lothian said. I walked through dead fields and blackened forests. I have crossed dried and cracked riverbeds. The villages are empty, the towns too. Every hovel, every mansion, every villa, empty and abandoned. The only trace that people ever lived here are the footprints they left when they stood up and left. Lothian remembered them. Thousands of footprints, all joining together on the main road as they had walked in a grand march towards the capital city. And he had followed that long road, he had followed the footprints, and they had passed through the open, silent gates, and they had joined with the footprints of all the people in the city who had marched, as if as one, straight into the castle. The dark castle, which had no people in it, no people at all, save for the lone king, Ronet Albarian. Lothian's memory tugged at him. In his mind's eye, the plain closet door leaped up at him, a shaking, violent thing, screaming his name so loudly he thought he might fall over. Do you know, Lothian asked, where all the people have gone? The rotten persimmon landed on Ronet Albarian's lap with a wet squelch. The corpse king jumped to attention, shaking the dim, dark sleep off his skeleton head, and looked down at his lap with some mild confusion. His wasted eyes lit up with sheer excitement, and his thin, bony fingers scooped up the slime remains of the mass of once fruit, and stuffed it so violently into his face that he missed most of it, and instead crushed and ground the rot against his chin and his wasting nose. Lothian watched with some faraway disgust as the king licked the slime from his fingers and slurped the rotten remains from his lips. The king finished scooping all the bits he'd missed from his face into his mouth and smacked his lips and finally sighed. I just love persimmons, the king said, satisfied. I can tell, Lothian said. His eyes flicked to the door again. It stood there impassively, watching the room, the fluttering faded banners. It listened to the drip of the slime from the king's chin. It looked into Lothian and dared Lothian to look into it. I had my suspicions when I arrived, Lothian said. He tore his eyes away from the door and looked straight at Ronet. I saw you there alone, and in my heart I knew something of what had happened. I do not jump to conclusions, Ro. What are you prattling about, Lothian? The king chuckled. Come, let's play dice. Let's play games. You are an elf and I am a king, and we've got some long years before us yet. Lothian looked back at the door. Uraine was not cut down, Ro. She was poisoned. Year after year, decade after decade, There is a toxin that lives in all things, and in most beasts, in most creatures. That toxin is held in a peculiar balance. The elk eats the grass, the wolf eats the elk, the flies eat the wolf. The Enorians believed in the preservation of life. Do you understand? Could you? We were not fools, O king. Death and life lay together in a soft bed. They loved each other, and like the phoenix, they are engaged in a cycle of birth and rebirth. A cycle of new beginnings spun from raw ends. We do not aim to break the cycle, Ro. We did not desire to extend life beyond its means. Lothian's eyes bore into Ronit's, but you did. Hello, Raiders! Hi, welcome. You just caught me in the middle of reading a story I wrote. Hi, Hanami Momo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Shadowroo. Shadow and Ruin. Dread Pirate Corsair Pirate Prince of the Pirate Lands. Hi, how's it going? Welcome in. It's great to see all of you. I hope you had a nice stream. What were you up to? Momo used throat too much? Trust me, I'm getting there myself. Trust me. The voice change? Yeah, I'm a voice actor. I can flip back and forth. I can swap around. I could be all gunchy and ghouly. A special Q&A? That's nice. What kind of special Q&A? What kind? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. If it's a secret. It's a secret. You wrote this? Yeah, I did. This is my story. I'm more than halfway through, everybody. I'm reading a story I wrote. People requested it, and I'm kind of in the groove of it. I'm gonna finish up reading it. There's not too much left. If you want to stick around and listen to it, I'd love for that, because then I'm gonna play some video game. I'm gonna play Vampire app. The game behind me. I'm gonna play this game after I'm done. But thank you for the raid. They asked whatever you wanted. Oh man. I do that and then no one asks me anything. They say, are you a goo? And I'm like, yes. And then they're like, how much goo do you have in you? I'm like at least 3 goo, bro. At least 3 goo, okay? I don't know how to answer these questions, man. Excuse me, hairball. How much good you have in you? 3, at least. Maybe more. Maybe more. Okay, I'm gonna continue. We're gonna yap throughout sometimes. We did not aim to break the cycle, Ro. We did not desire to extend life beyond its means. Lothian's eyes bore into Ronit's, but you did. What are you prattling about, Lothian of Enoria? The king asked. His voice was dark and low and menacing now. All that jovial bluster and camaraderie, if it had ever been real, had vanished entirely. There was no blade or poison that harmed your reign that you can imagine, Lothian said. The poison is one of action and intent. The poison is 1,000,000 cruelties that exceed the ken of beast and nature. The merchant lords who sweep the rug from beneath a city, and so the city starves. The dwarves who dig too deep, and so their minerals and their machines soak the fertile green lands in vomitous pestilence, and the insects choke and die on the fumes, and so too the birds. It is a cycle of greed, King Ronit Alberian of Alba. It is a blatant disregard for the world around you, and you were one of the great contributors. Lothian sighed. Of all the lords and kings and villains I hunt, you are the first I have ever found. Silence! The king barked. He stood from his throne, his bones cracking and creaking, but there was a power that burned in his wicked eyes. A shadow loomed around him, a shadow so deep that it felt the very corpse of the world might fall into it. The castle breathed a violent, tumultuous breath. It howled, and a wind picked up and violently shook and tore at the faded red banners and the sconces lit with blazing, livid fires. I am king,
Ronit said. And if the people starve, they starve. And if the people owe me their taxes, they will pay. That is their place, and this is mine. Ronit spread his arms to his lonesome chamber, and if I want them to march for me, they'll march wherever I ask them to go, for I am their king. Ronit's burning, powerful eyes bored down on Lothian. Lothian felt the pressure gathering in the room, pressing in on him. It felt as if it were pressing down on his very soul. Ronit raised both of his arms, and his fingers twisted into warped claws that seemed to reach out to crush Lothian from afar. And if you won't play games with me, Lothian of Enoria, then you'll march as well. The black blade whistled as it whipped through the air. So precise was the cut that it had separated the air with equal pressure on either side, and so the air had collapsed back into itself in perfect unison. Both of Ronit's crackling arms jumped and fell limply to the stairs, where they flopped and rolled to a twitching stop. The pressure fled the room. Ronit's throat gurgled. His eyes were wide, and for a moment, he almost looked alive and human again. "It's time," Lothian said quietly, "that we see what's behind the door." Ronit's legs wavered. He slumped to the floor before his throne, his knobby knees thumping against the cold stone. He looked down at where his forearms used to be, considering the useless stumps. They did not bleed. "I don't want to," Ronit whispered. Lothian lowered his blade again. He breathed out long and slow, and he reached up to his face and wiped the black ichor from where it had pooled beneath his eyes. He blinked and he breathed until his heart steadied. "I know," Lothian said. And he reached down with his free hand and gently he grabbed the king by his ragged shirt, and with a slight nudge of encouragement, the king rose to his unsteady feet. Lothian helped orient him and turn him around, and together, with Lothian holding King Ronit Alberian steady, they walked down the great steps away from the throne. They walked to the door. "I don't know what's beyond there," Ronit whispered. "I've never looked inside since it changed."
Raid time!
Lothian raised a brow. "It used to be my wine cellar." Hi, Raiders! Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Raiders. Hi. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a very good stream. I hope you had a nice stream. I'm in the middle of reading a story I wrote. It was requested, and now I'm in the mood to read it. You love a good dark fantasy? I'm glad. I also love dark fantasy, as you can tell. I write it. A lonely bunny girl, by the way. Welcome in. Hello. We're reading stories, and then we're gonna play vampire, although I don't have a lot of time to play vampire now. Like half an hour. I'm glad you guys like my voice. I write stories and I voice act. I'm also for hire. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. If any raiders from both raids have to go and like take a big piss, you gotta eat, I completely understand. You could always watch the VOD for the rest of the story, which I will pick up right now. Look at that. The ad starts in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Should I run the ad now? Are you guys this is a good break in the story if you guys, this is almost done, by the way. A good break in the story. I gotta go to the bathroom, so. Little break? Teeny break? 3 minutes? I'm gonna refill my water. I'm running out. Little break. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and refill my water. We'll be right back. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Raiders, if you gotta go, I understand. You're not trapped here. Usually people are trapped here, but this time, I'm gonna take it easy on you. All right, be right back.
honest to God, not the first time someone's compared me to Hexus from Ferngully. I'll give you a little secret while the ad finishes up. Oh, big stretch. My little secret is that I've had this OC since like middle school. Technically, because in middle school I started writing my first epic fantasy based off of or inspired by Aragon. And I wanted to write my version of Aragon, except, you know, country boy, great fate, the inception of the story, call to action. The call to action, instead of being an egg, is a fucking demon in some ruins that he basically lets possess him. And so they're fucking like, he's got a voice in his head telling him to do evil things while but like it also gives him powers. And so that demon spirit looked a lot like me. Just sitting there going, hey buddy, you should kill that guy. No, I'm not gonna kill that guy, dude. Where was I? Where's the video game? Stop it. Okay, we're good. All right, you ready? Also, yeah, so I've heard the Hexes bit before. The stairway was unnaturally long, and lit with a pale light. Down they descended, with the hints of wine in the air and the coolness of the dank, dim basement of an ancient castle caressing them as they descended. When Lothian pushed the door open, he was underwhelmed by what he'd seen. This is a wine cellar still, he'd thought, but as they walked and walked and walked, it had grown darker and darker, and now there was only the stairs. At first, Ronet had pleaded to be released. Then he began to sob. His sobs had faded into small hiccups and burbles of dismay. But not once did he try to turn and run back up the stairs. Lothian believed he knew it was futile. He's seen this coming for a long time. Lothian stared at this pitiable, mad, wicked little creature, with his stump arms and his blubbering. And Lothian, he couldn't drum up the rage he'd felt when he'd woken in the fields of Astadel, after years of the Akori trance, years of slaying the demons the Enorians had believed truly threatened the lifeblood of Urain. He'd woken in a burning field of the long dead, amid the monolithic corpses of all he'd slain, and the beautiful, broken forms of all the Enorians that the demons had torn apart. And he'd woken to find that all the loss and death and pain and suffering had been for nothing at all. Urain was dead anyway. He'd vowed then and there that he would hunt down all who'd poisoned the world. He'd make sure that not a single one of them would enjoy the nests they'd built for themselves in the last remaining years of life. Whatever time they believed they had left, it was an illusion. Lothian would walk this world until it was well and completely gone, and he would end their time just as they had ended time for all else. They had ended joy and misery, light and dark, peace and war, love and song. They had ended time, space, thought, growth, all possible futures, all possible sunrises, all. And the Enorians had believed in balance. And so, to balance the scales, the ones responsible would have their times ended as well. But Lothian looked down at this wasted little man, who had lived far longer than he should have, and he knew that his long quest was an exercise in personal misery. He would not take satisfaction from any of this. There was no joy to be found in this at all. Timiku, thank for the follow. And like a snap of the fingers, they arrived. The last step of the stairs, and they stood in another portion of the wine cellar, but it was far greater than a wine cellar should be, far larger. It was cavernous, enough to fit an entire cadre of soldiers. Ronet shrieked and pointed. Lothian had already seen what the king was panicking over and watched it with dark eyes. There, at the center of the great cellar, was a river of sorts, a channel of water that did not belong. You do not have channels of water large enough to ferry a boat in wine cellars, even in great old castles. It was a trickle, the king murmured. My people, they told me, and we looked for a leak, perhaps from the rain, but we couldn't find it. It was a little trickle in the center, and I was tired of hearing it. How did it get so big? Who is that? Lothian asked. The king just whimpered. In this channel, dead ahead of them, was a small docked dinghy. It was long and low and flat-bottomed, and it was as plain and as old as any other dinghy on any other river. Sitting in it, on a low bench, was a simple woman. Her skin was wrinkled and cracked from the sun, and her hair was full and unkempt and wiry with gray and white hairs. She wore a black shawl, and she wore a brown dress, which flowed over her knees like a waterfall. Finally, the old woman said. Ronit collapsed to his knees and sobbed. Hail, Lothian tried. Her eyes met his, and he nodded. Well met. Well met, Lothian of Honoria. I've been waiting. For me, or for him? Oh, most certainly for him. But a little part of me was hoping to meet you. The old woman smiled, and it was warm. And Lothian let go of the unease he'd felt since he'd stepped into the cellar. He was in no danger here. The old woman's smile dropped. He fed his people to the door, like cattle. Lothian nodded. That was my conclusion, yes. Of course it was. You're a clever little elf, if a silly one. I might be the most foolish creature in all... I might be the most foolish creature in all the world. Not that there's much world left. Not that there's much world left, he agreed. Come on over here, Ro, the old woman called out. She leaned over and patted the bench across from her. You know what time it is, my love. I don't want to! Ronit shrieked. He flopped over and began kicking his legs, his tears wetting the stone floor. You've run out of people, dearie. You know you did. She chuckled and shook her head. All kings are like this, Lothian. They're different, but they're the same in the end. They have their moments. They have their pride. They have their sanity. So you won't always see them kick and cry. But look at this. See what lurks deep in man. But especially men like him. Why shouldn't it? Lothian asked. The old woman shook her head. She reached down and from the bottom of the boat pulled a persimmon. Look, Ro, I've got your favorite snack. Ronit looked up at Lothian, his eyes pleading. You said you'd be my friend. I lied, Lothian said. And he reached down and gripped Ronit by his shirt, and with some gentleness still, he marched the dead king right up to the boat. Lothian choked on the air wafting from the black water. It smelled like death. Come, sit across from me, Ro, let's talk. The king's shoulders slumped. He gingerly stepped into the boat, and he turned and sat himself down on his new, unsteady throne. He looked up at Lothian one more time. Lothian felt the urge to look away, but he didn't. He held the dead man's gaze, and the dead man knew. The old woman looked up at Lothian. Thank you. Lothian looked at her. I think I hate you. The boat lady nodded. I know. She picked up her oars, and she rolled her shoulders and prepared to ferry the corpse of the king down the river. Goodbye, Lothian of Honoria. Lothian didn't answer. He couldn't. He watched as she rowed Ronit down the river, where a cavernous mouth opened into a great black abyss. He heard Ronit ask a question. Can I at least have that persimmon? Oh, Ro, the woman said. I lied too. There's no persimmons where we're going. There's nothing at all. Nothing at all. That's the end of the story. Woder. And that's the end. The end. The end. More episodes of Lothian on Saturday at 9 a.m. My throat's all gunchy, man. I actually have a bunch of short stories with him in mind. I have a lot of short stories with Lothian. I've got a whole bunch of Pinterest boards for him. You guys want to see my Lothian Pinterest boards? Oh, let me pull them up, dude. I don't think we're playing Vampyr today. Character card on them all? Well, Lothian is definitely a character I've actually played in a D&D game. It was crazy. The first time he showed up and he was like set up to fight some dudes. And he did not actually have a very good persuasion. He's not like a charming guy. He's just really sincere, right? So I didn't give him a good persuasion, even though he was a paladin. He did not have good charisma. And I rolled a nat 20 on convincing these guards to like not fight him. Immediately nat 20. And then he gave them all of his money. He was like, here, you guys are working for a bad guy. You're desperate because you want to feed your families. Here's all this money. You can feed your families now. You have no reason to be here. Get out of here, you scoundrels. Get out of here, you wacky kids. Boop, boop. Oh, so tiny. So Lothian looks like this, which I think is Edric of Malnibone, but I wanted him to look like Sephiroth. I wanted him to look like a dark fantasy Sephiroth, except he's the sweetest fucking person in the world. He like cries when butterfly land on his hand. A mission to kill the bad guys and purge the destroyers. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to kill anybody. He's like miserable doing it. This is Dark Timeline Lothian. I've played him in settings that were not the apocalypse. And then here was like my concept work for the King of Nothing. I didn't draw this, not my concept work. Here's just my board of concept ideas for King of Nothing. Geralt with pointy ears and a much, much softer. He writes haikus. And I have another idea for a story called The Egg. Cultists! Cultists and sacrifice! It's very appropriate. I've been watching Yellow Jackets. I have concept for The Rivals. He comes to a town where these two guys just keep killing each other over and over again. Why? I don't know. I haven't written it yet. The Tyrant. He be writing haikus. He's the last of the Enorians. And they were very much they were like warrior monks, but they were like the idea for Lothian and the Enorians, the elf land he comes from, was what if elves were very powerful and very long-lived and knew a lot of things and had very, very powerful magic, and instead of being haughty little pricks who are up their own asses all the time, what if they were like Starfleet? What if they were like the Federation? What if they were really, really nice and really reasonable and went out of their way to help people and were pretty much pacifist? And they used their gifts and their knowledge to help people? Venturing for, like, so they have like a warrior culture. Oh no, I'm sorry, they don't. Because what Lothian said is true, where the idea is they're pacifists, but they're not stupid. They know that sometimes people need a killing. So they put the burden of death on a small, select few paladins. They pick people when they're children who have the hardest time killing things, like even a bug. Like people who are extremely compassionate, and then they give them the burden of death because they know that if they're gonna kill somebody, it really needs to happen. They're not gonna do it frivolously. You know? So he's traumatized. All of the Akori paladins are fucking traumatized, like, nice boys. You love Star Trek? I have not seen a lot of Star Trek, but I love what I have seen. I love the concept. I had this idea for a rival mercenary guy that shows up sometimes. Just like another powerful dude who's kind of just... It's almost like the short stories are all representations of certain sins or certain downfalls, certain philosophies. Your local Lemon One! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Who's this guy? This is Jeffrey. He's got no... There's no thoughts in him. He's like a Roomba. Listen, I'm a goo, which is a subset of slime. Do you want a Jeffrey? Too late. There's already one in your house. Jeff or Geoff? It's Jeff. It's Jeff. But yeah, so like the king and the king of nothing, King Ronit, was essentially, I want to say, divine right of kings. It's my criticism of divine right of kings and, you know, people who are like, I get to tell people what to do. It's a criticism of royalty, a criticism of royal blood, criticism of those kind of power structures. The mercenary, he is going to be kind of a criticism of opportunism and greed and self-interest. He's like, this is me yelling at libertarians. He's a fucking libertarian, dude. So Lothian is going to have, like, Lothian is very selfless, and the rival, the mercenary, who's going to show up in multiple stories over the timeline, he is selfish. He is Lothian's mirror. What else did I have? The knight, the obelisk. Again, this is just Pinterest mood boards for concepts. You like the flies? The flies are great. The flies are definitely like, again, if you recognize their logic, we have been here forever, so we deserve this, and it is ours by divine right. How long have you been here? Well, we've been here 5 days. But our ancestors have been here for 10 days, bro. That's a long time. We've been here for 10 days. We deserve to own the whole thing. I hope you picked up the message. I hope we pick up the messaging there.
Was it obvious?
What inspires you? Does the media you consume shape anything? Probably. I think we're all echoes of the things we like. But we consume them in specific orders and we reflect on them in different ways. And that's why I think everyone is implicitly unique, like infinitely unique. Has infinite worlds to them, because think of the math, right? You as a baby or a child are handed X amount of possible stimuli to grow from, to learn from. Okay, and then a couple days later, you're handed Y amount of stimuli to grow from. But the Y that you get is different from the Y that everybody else gets. Maybe like 50% of babies get the same Y that you do, but not 50% of them get X, or they get like Z or whatever, right? And then the next day, some people are getting C, and you're getting B. And so it doesn't matter if things are somewhat derivative or repeat themselves, or, you know, we're inspired by different tropes and everything's a hero's journey over and over again. Like, it doesn't matter if you're writing Star Wars, if it's Star Wars, except it's not in space and there's no laser blades and it's all rats in the rat tunnels. You give me Star Wars in the rat tunnels, and then you make Idris Elba the voice actor of the main character. That's not fucking Star Wars anymore. I don't give a shit if you're using the hero's journey, dude. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many variations you can do on everything. The world is so big and beautiful, man. People are so creative, and people are so down on themselves all the time for the things they create. And I'm looking from the outside in. There's no need for it. It makes me sad. 10 days could be a long ass time. Yeah, the idea was that 10 is supposed to be 10 is supposed to be a very short time, especially the Lothian, who's 200 years old at minimum. But in terms of what inspires me, I don't know, I guess I read a lot of fantasy. I read Redwall. I also love the misery. I like to read noir. I love Dark Souls. All of this. Lothian has a serious Dark Souls vibe. In fact, I was on a journey, a bit of a quest, to find literature or fantasy literature, fantasy books that had a Dark Souls feel to them. And my ass could not, for the life of me, find any books that inspired similar feelings to the loneliness and the isolation and the quiet dignity that elements of FromSoft games do. I really like the vibes of FromSoft games. I really love the decay, the ruination, the fact that you are wandering a shattered world that has long passed its prime, and all of its heroes are losing their minds. And I love the feeling of that. I love the ambiance. And I was like, I want to read a story like this. I want to read a book like this, and I couldn't find one. And so I was like, you know what? I guess I want to write a story like this. I want to write something. And so that's basically where I started writing Lothian. That's essentially where he comes from, I guess. But, I mean, even beyond that, there's way more. Some people be like, oh, Dark Souls is about a hard video game and beating the bosses. And I'm like, it's about exploring a decaying world that is kept functional long past the time it should have been erased from the planet. From time. Excuse me, I'm gunchy. But yeah, I hope you liked my story. It's called The King of Nothing, which is possibly a title that's too on the nose. I'm not too sensitive. I'm not too broken up about that. Okay. Now, how much of Vampyr do you think we're actually going to get to play today? I got 20 minutes left on this stream. Do more? I've got other stuff. I've got other things. Miniz08, thank you for the follow. Thank you. That's very honorable. Oh, filling a void? Thank you. I've got, you know what? I don't think I really have time to actually play Vampire, but I can read you parts of another story if you're interested. This is in first person, and it's a bit more stream of consciousness, let's say. Minnie! That's a cute name. Where is it? Factory for Beasts. The ADHD hit hard. Sure. I have been diagnosed. You got me. You got me. Spire, King of Nothing. Wait a minute. Where's my damn electric car, Bruce? Hunter. Oh, Let Me Sleep. Nitty Gritty City. Hey, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Holy shit. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You guys are rocketing me towards my, towards, what was I trying to say? You are rocketing me towards the bits goal. There's a bits goal, and there's a subscription goal up there too. But we're not crazy. We're chilling. Let Me Sleep. This story's called Let Me Sleep. It's not like done because I want this to be novel length, but hopefully you can get the vibes from it. Let me take off my headphones. Ears are getting sweaty. What is this story about? I really like missing 411 stories. I like Mr. Ballin missing stories. I love unexplainable events that happen in the national forests of America. I think those stories are very interesting. I find them extremely mysterious. And I also think that they're scary. And I think a big part of the scariness is the mystery. And I thought to myself, well, is it possible to write let's say an urban fantasy that maintains the mystery and therefore maintains the horror? So I love this idea about a modern day monster hunter. Someone who drives around like Sam and Dean Winchester in Supernatural, drives around hunting ghouls. But I wanted to leave behind the quirkiness. I wanted to leave behind the kind of the silliness, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. The Dresden Files does something similar. Urban fantasy means I consult the pixies who live in my basement and I trade them pizza, and they tell me about what's been going on in the magical world, and there's like a vampire council, and there's it feels very, it's quirky, it's fun, and it's quirky, and that's great. I love those stories, but I wanted to do something that kind of maintained the mystery. You don't know if the thing that you're talking to is Loki. You don't know. It's implied, maybe, but you don't know. Anyway, the main character, if you notice, is unnamed. But here's a little bit. The building was old, a dilapidated, sagging thing with corrugated metal rusting sharp and wicked in the Oregon noon. A conveyor jutted out of the river, right at the edge of the rocky shore. It was bowed in the middle. Lumber, mining, dredging. I don't know what the building was for. It kissed the river with a bridge of fallen garbage, all twisted scaffolding and other wooden bits and logs. It looked like it felt sorry for itself, a faded feeling, like it was pulling me in, like it was telling some deep, ancient part of my bones that things were off. Oh, but things were off. The wrong lived inside, and the old building knew it. And it let me know it, but it wasn't warning me. It wasn't menacing me either. It simply was. It simply existed, like a wasp flies in the sun, like the moon shines on a dead night, like the river carves a scar across the earth over 1,000 years. It was wrong, full stop, and the wrongness seeped into the dirt, and the wrongness bled into the air, and the wrongness gripped your lungs tight. When you looked at the source of it, when you looked at its soul, when you looked into the eyes blinking from the dirty window of a condemned home. I didn't relish going inside, but the beast was howling. I'd driven down an old dirt road so worn it rattled my teeth. A road jagged with fragments of what might have once been something resembling pavement. The damn car just scraping its undercarriage against dirt and stone, complaining to me all the while. I needed a new car. I needed a lot of new things. New boots, new clothes. Mine were full of holes by now, and preferably a new sword. My left hand rested on the grip of my current one, which I'd sharpened as best as I could, but the nicks and the scrapes were getting out of hand. They were getting nasty. Jagged bites in it. Jagged bites didn't work for me. Made it hard to cut through the meat. Made it hard to cut through the wrong. I hadn't slept in 48 hours. My body, my spirit, my veins were lit up tight and bright with caffeine. 3 energy drinks, 2 coffees, just to make extra double, triple sure that my stomach would hate me. I knew how it worked. I could manage. And the terms were simple as pancakes. I did my job. I was allowed to sleep. That was the deal. That was the score. That was my curse. But it wasn't too long now. It was close. I could feel it in my blood, the boiling howl, the wind at the peak of the mountain, the fresh powder snow in my veins. The beast was there, somewhere in the deep woods, somewhere in the brush and the old loam, trotting footpads on the mushrooms and the fungi, and the corpses of long dead things, and the ghosts of the redwoods. I parked the car. I got out of the car. I shuffled my boots in the damp, gray, dusted sand and imagined walking inside the wrong. The wind didn't pick up, not a bit. Always thought it should times like this. The moment before the plunge. I reached into my pocket and I took the baggie that had my little cocktail and I jammed it all into my mouth and washed it down with an energy drink. I sipped my can of chemical caffeine, chugged it, finished it, crushed it, and dropped the wreck through my window, where it dripped its last drops onto the floor mat of the driver's seat. Last drip drops of energy seeping from a hollow shell. No time like the present. Get it over with. In a moment I was inside. Insatiable, insatiable, insatiable. Whoa! It hit me like a can of sardines left in the sun, but insatiable. That was the word I had for this place, the name I was ready to stamp into the soul of this castle. Insatiable. I called out to the moon. Insatiable. It never ended. The hunger, the need for meat, bleeding, dripping, hungry, craving. Damn! It hit me like a brick to the jaw. Like revving up to the red line and taking off over the canyon. Not the impact of the river, no, but the drop, the weightlessness, the knowledge that you were already gone, and now it was just a matter of time. That was insatiable. That was what it was like to enter the old building. The drugs were kicking in. Hoped the caffeine didn't fuck with the jungle juice. Hi, Minzy. Welcome in. I didn't learn to use a sword because I liked swords. It was the nature of the job. My left hand played with the hilt. My right hand moved to grip the handle. It was on my left side. Blade upside down, you'd think. But it's just how this sword worked. It's better for the draw. And I'd gotten damn fast at drawing. My hands did anyway. Every time the drugs kicked in, my hands felt like independent creatures. They thought for themselves. They had human traits. Felt like when I wasn't looking, my hands were off living their own lives, paying their own taxes, living the life that snakes lived when they vanished in the grass. I never knew what the snakes got up to. No one knows what snakes do when you're not looking at them. Good for them. Snakes don't pay their taxes, and neither do I. I get paid in cash and blood. I got tenure. God, please just let me sleep. The more the drugs did their little drug work, the less me I felt. The less of myself there was. With every step I took, I felt as if my brain floated a step back, away, up, until, I was floating above me almost, seeing the building back in its heyday when it was bustling with good old blue-collar Joes, chopping, moving, lifting, sweating, swearing, eating lunches out of yellow metal boxes. Shit like that. I wasn't me, and I was me more than ever. I was deep in the weeds. I was the snake, and I was the grass. I was my sword, too, familiar, balanced. I knew how it worked. I know the deal. Things slowed down. I could see each mote of dust as they shone like snowflakes, pirouetting aimlessly through the slivers of sun, slicing through the holes in the busted, rotten roof. I wanted to sleep, and part of me relished the imminence of the kill. I thought about what it would be like to sleep forever. I thought about what it would be like to never sleep again. I imagined what it was like to never die, to dwell deep in the water and to watch the world age as the rains filled a great hole in the ancient rock, until my home was crystal and sand and silence. I imagined what it was like to sink my teeth into the warm, pulsing neck of my kill, and to tear left, just so, until perfect hatred. The screaming nightmare. Oh, but did it lurch and lurk and lumber. It slid in the corners of the building. It lives in the holes where holes shouldn't be. I can't describe it to anyone alive. It's like sleep paralysis. The terror that you believe is all too real, and you freeze, and even if you could move, you don't dare move, because what if it fucking looks at you? What if that thing sitting in the corner of the room realizes you're awake? Oh no. What if you lock eyes with it? Does it even have eyes? What the fuck is it? There's the fair fears, the reasonable ones. I see a bear. I'm scared, but I'm operational. I can run. The human nerves fire up, set your heart thumping. You can run, I can run, or we can freeze. And we can get eaten alive. As the bear sits on you and gnaws on your legs, and you are trapped there, broken and bloody and screaming all the while. Sometimes humans are too sturdy, but it's still real. It's still something to respond to. Death is staring at you, but it's not the same as the nameless fear, the deep fear, the terror of the old world, when fire was a new technology, when the earth rattled and the little minds shrieked at the red terror, the terror that seizes the human mind deep in the medulla, deep in the white matter. It's a fear that's of the soul, of the mind, but mostly it's of the body. You don't have control. But I did. My blood was all drugs and caffeine. My blood was oil, and I was holding the match. And in my mind, the beast howled louder than any ancient fear could. My eyes flicked to the left. There you are, baby. Come on out. I don't bite. The wrong in that old building, I can say, lurched out from between two large pieces of heavy machinery. I don't even know if there was a gap in the mechanisms large enough to actually fit it. I wasn't thinking about that or analyzing. The waking walk was like a dream. You miss the finer details. Fear ain't there. Fear is divorced. Fear took the damn kids and the house too. No one else can do this. I can only do it when I'm high as shit on a very specific cocktail of juice. I can only do it because I'm already dead, in many ways. Hi, Jasper Collins, I'm reading a story. The creature lurched and leaned in. As I said, I was quick on the draw. My hands moved on their own. I didn't even know if I could call it meat. I didn't know what it was made of. This isn't the part that matters, but I'll try. I'll break it down for you real fucking easy. I was faster than it was. And I wasn't paralyzed by fear because I wasn't me. There was nothing inside of me. There wasn't even any white matter. I was gone. I was at another time. It wasn't a long time ago, but it felt like a long time ago. It was another life, really. I was in college, in university, another guy's life, homework for fuck's sake. And I remember what Amber had told me. She studied dance and I was a business major. She was definitely smarter than me. And one night we were smoking out the back of her car and she turned to me. She'd said words. If I'd known then that it was to be one of the last times I'd ever talk to her, I'd have let her say her piece. But it matters, she thought. It does, and she was right, and I was wrong, and that's the way it had been for a long time. The moment the sword bites into the creature is always harrowing. The jolt, the sheer physics of it, always threatens to dip my eyes back into the real. This time I was lucky. I didn't see it, even though it saw me. I don't see what I kill, only my sword does. And only the beast. Sometimes I wonder if I'm crazy. Hi, music fan, special hello. Octobloom, thank you for the follow. Hollow eyes and pale flesh and limbs far too long. This is a poor attempt at rationalizing physically the thing that flopped to the ground. Once you see it, and certainly once you kill it, the horror ends, but this horror is not allowed to end. Its eyes will still follow you, and its wrongness will still bleed into your mind and set you gibbering. Crank the dial and send me home. The psych ward is for me. Maybe it should have been a long while ago. Maybe I'm already there. The drugs did their work. I don't see it. I can't see it. I'm not supposed to. If I see it, I'm done. I'm gone. Reduced to dust. All I'm allowed to see are shadows, glimpses, nightmares. Every night, I see the worst thing anyone could ever see. And then, it's my job to go and find it in the real world, and do with it the way of the bear and the wolf and the choking vine on the oak tree. I am the venom in the snake's fang, the wasp's stinger, the claws on the badger. I am the tooth and I am the claw. I am the crushed chemical can of industry. Glimpse the real, forget the unreal. The thing I fought was a bear. I killed a bear with a sword. Okay, this I could manage. Sorry, little black bear. It was me or you. I chose me. Okay. If it wasn't dead, it was fucked. So I left it there. The beast would handle the rest. The beast needed to eat. It always did. You never heard about strange corpses found in old buildings, abandoned mines, or ghost towns. The things I kill aren't meant to be processed by the real world. I lived in the unreal. I live in the place where the story fades to black. I live in the sad credits of the horror movie, picking up the pieces and scrubbing myself free of all I've seen. I'm not even allowed to die. But that night, I'd be allowed to sleep. The nightmares wouldn't find me. I might get a few days of that. But then the hunt had to continue. And so I would get in my complaining car, and I would drive to the next wrong place, and I would become not myself again, and I would draw my sword again. I am paid in blood. The end. Well, of that section. There's more. But it's just a bunch of, broken up scenes and bits and pieces. Because I want to make this into a whole book. I want to do the whole 100,000 words thing. Oh, my sinuses, guys. There's like a whole bunch of little disconnected bits and pieces. But that's everything. I got more incoming, but that was a fun excerpt. If you guys like my reading, by the way,
If you guys like my reading stuff, by the way, you should join the Discord.
And I also I read stories on Fansly.
Why Fansly, Roro? Isn't that the porn place?
I mean, yeah. Originally, I was gonna read and not safe for work stories on Fansly. I got a little shy. So I read safe for work stuff there. Mythology, short stories by Edgar Allan Poe, and I take requests. So, it struck me that I should probably mention that if I've been reading stories this whole time. Everybody who's come in while I was reading, welcome in. Thank you for joining us here at the Buccaneer Bar. Let's just do this. I said, let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us here at the Buccaneer Bar.
I appreciate your joining us here. Where's my music? I'm like a bartender goo man. I'm a spaceman. I'm a goo. Wrong button. In space. Come on. What? Ah, there we go. Much better. Much better. This is my bar. I'm Shadowroo, Shadow and Ruin. I'm a goo man, not a human. This is a later night stream for me. Please forgive me because my voice is a little bit wrecked from a sore throat and blocked sinuses. Ah. Water. Sandy, water. Now I reorient myself into not reading straight off of a page. I hope you like the stories I wrote. I like writing stories. I'm a fiction writer. From eating ice and salt all day. How do you know? How did you know that? Are you watching me? Because your voice would be amazing for some of his stories. Oh yeah, I read The Telltale Heart, and the last one I did was The Black Cat. By the way, if you go to listen to The Black Cat, you subscribe to my Fansly, and you listen to The Black Cat, fair warning, The Black Cat is a story centered around a crazy guy who kills his cat. Okay?
Like, brutalizes it, all right? It's fucked up. So, trigger warning for red animal abuse, I suppose. Hyacinth Dream, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? You need to read for Audible? I really want to. I've been researching ways to acquire work for not only Audible or just reading audiobooks in general, but also e-learning. I've been looking into it. Part of the reason I'm not streaming tomorrow morning is so that I can take some hours to look into it and do some research and do the work. Hi everybody, welcome in. I'm Shadowroo, Shadow and Ruin, Dread Pirate Corsair Captain of the Hive Mind. It's wonderful to see you here tonight. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raids, everybody who's raided. I feel like I was so locked in on reading my stories that I did not pay enough. I didn't like output enough love and appreciation for everybody who's been coming in during that time period. So thank you all. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? The Telltale Heart. Yeah, I read The Telltale Heart. Some of those stories are freaking long. Twitch recommended the channel to you. Well, welcome. Yeah, I see you didn't come in with the raid. I'm happy Twitch recommended me to you. What are your interests? So I can kind of connect the dots in terms of why the algorithm would send you to me or put me in front of you. I'm wondering sometimes if it's because of VTubers or maybe it's because of some of the people I know. I don't know. I'm not really sure how algorithms work. I don't know if anyone is. Hi, Hyacinth. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the raid. How we doing tonight? Vibe check, everybody. Some of you are lurkers, and you don't have to say anything. I'm not going to make you, rise up. But you watch other VTubers? That'll do it. That'll do it. What's the genre you will never write in? Probably nonfiction. Never. Ever, never. I can't think of one. I could even write romance. I could see myself doing that. I don't think it'd be very good, but I could give it an honest try. Yeah, I wanted it because you're the reason I started streaming. Really? Oh my god, that makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. You're trying to weaken me. I am an evil pirate prince, and you're trying to make me soft. I ain't gonna let you make me soft, Chad. I ain't gonna let you do it. Mask of the Red Death are my favorite Poe works. I might read Mask of the Red Death next. I try to do at least 3 readings a week. I think the Fansly subscription for audiophile for access to the readings is like $5 a month. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to let you guys get a peek behind the curtain in terms of making a living as a content creator. It's good to have multiple forms of revenue if you want to attempt to do this full time. If any of you are interested, for everyone who's new, everyone who doesn't know, I'm a voice actor. Professional technically, but not industry. I work for burritos sometimes. I'm a writer. I love to design games. You like it? Yeah, this is my bartender outfit. I was a bartender. I don't think I would be a bartender again. I'm a little burnt out on customer-facing work. Excuse me. Writing, voice acting, game design. I've got and streaming. Yeah, that's my big stuff. I'm designing a tabletop role-playing game, high fantasy, and throw in some tanks. Not from like a weird like military fetishist point of view, okay? It's more like I think it would be fun if the Fellowship of the Ring had a Sherman, okay? And like the orcs were
riding motorcycles and also wargs, and they had little sidecars, and then the orcs were firing fucking MP40s. I just want the Lord of the Rings and Indiana Jones to have a weird movie baby. Okay? Okay? And that's the fantasy game I'm designing. Reminds you of Hades from Hercules. Hades from Hercules, I've heard. Hexus from Ferngully, I've heard. The bartender from Undertale, I've heard. You try to get out of hospo, it's getting you sick too often. I would recommend, yeah, not being in that. Are you a DM? Yeah, I've been dungeon mastering and I've been playing for 10, 12 years. I'm a dungeon master. I have to run playtests for my game, so yeah, 100% dungeon mastering. I'm also designing a mech war game. I also like building Gundams. Grillby vibes. I feel like the Grillby vibes make sense. And I'm not mad, by the way. I'm not annoyed if people think, oh, Shadow Flame Man. Shadow Flame, Ghost Ghoul, Spectre Man. Shadow aspect of Shadow Man. I'm like, okay, I get that. I am a goo. I'm like Venom. I'm a symbiote. I am, how do you say? Oh shit, I had the word in my head for a moment and now it's gone. I am viscous. There we go. I'm so viscous, bro. Bro, I could get so viscous right now, you wouldn't believe. Gelatinous? No, I'm sorry. I don't have the wiggles. This guy's gelatinous. Tell him, Jeffrey. Hold on. He's shy. Tell him. Okay, he's not saying anything. Probably because he doesn't have a personality. But you guys get the difference. Grillby, I keep forgetting his name. Grillby Red Orange, yeah. I'm like Venom. I'm like Venom. That long? Ah! Oh no, my iPhone is dying. You just got started? Yeah, I love tabletop role-playing games. I love improv. I love narratives. I love swords and sorcery. I love all that good stuff. That's my jam, man. Frankly, I want to get more into tabletop role-playing. I want to say community? It would be nice if more of the people, I guess what I'm trying to say is, it would be nice if more of the people who watch content creators for tabletop role-playing, dice-based wargaming, it would be nice if I could project out to them, hey, I like this stuff too, if anyone's interested in talking to me about it. Man. I have my little hyperfixations. I'm making a mecha. Why don't more people like mecha? I can't understand. Big robots are so cool. They're so cool. I didn't used to like Gundam because, frankly, I don't like the big... I don't like Dragon Ball Z style mecha. I enjoy slow, somewhat lumbering. I like Armored Core. I don't know if you guys know what Armored Core is. I like, what if we did make big tanks that had legs? And which is a stupid concept, I know. But what if we did do that and we had the aesthetic of realism? There we go. That's what I like. You only played Vampire the Masquerade? That's a great game. I would love to play Vampire the Masquerade. One time, I was in a game. This was great. It was using, I think, the Fate system. And we were playing a game in which we were all... Like, I was a vampire. And we had a character who was a werewolf. And we had a character who was a changeling. So we were all playing different fantasy, like, races. But, like, it was set in Chicago. In fantasy Chicago, and it was kind of like an anything goes fantasy situation, and it was a murder investigation. And so our designated quote-unquote main character was, I can't remember what he was. I think he was the werewolf. He was a detective. And in that first session where we were meeting all the characters, he got a tip that I knew something about, like, oh yeah, that guy who lives in the park knows something about the investigation or knows something about the murder. And so in that first session, he drives up into the park, into, you know, some big central park, and it turns from green grass, blue skies, beautiful day out, crosses the boundary line into my property. Instantly, clouds show up. It turns dark, raining. The trees are all twisted husks. The grass is all dead. Bats are flying out everywhere. He sees my mansion. He sees my fucking mansion castle. We called it a mansion castle. I remember that. And there's like lightning strikes immediately. Knocks on my door with the big brass gargoyle knock. Door opens. I'm sitting there. I'm a fucking vampire lord. Long dark hair. Basically like Dracula. Basically Dracula from Castlevania. I'm swirling a glass of wine. It's blood. We know it's blood. We talk about the investigation. I don't know anything about it really, but I decide to join them because I'm bored. Oh, I find this rather riveting, actually. I'm fascinated by this. I would love to be in a murder investigation. I'd be more than happy to help you, detective. I'm sure. Fucking, it was a great time, dude. I was basically playing Gatsby as a vampire. I was like, darling. Come on. Oh, no, it was, come on, old boy. It was like 50s supernatural creature murder investigation in fantasy Chicago. Pacific Rim Mecha. Pacific Rim original, very good. Also, hi, Raven Sinclair. Welcome in. Guys, the stream has come to a close. We've got to raid out before more people raid in. And then I have to extend the stream a bit longer because I feel bad that they raided in. And then I have to, you know, and then I stay a bit longer. Then somebody else raids in, and then I gotta stay a bit longer. So let me see who to raid. I am tired. It is hot. I gotta go wrap myself in several layers because I don't feel amazing. Infinite stream. I can't believe you would dare infinite stream us. A never-ending cycle. Yeah, yes. But let's see who we can raid. Who do we got? Ooh, we could raid Danny. Arva. What's Arva doing? Oh, you know what, guys? It'd be really funny. I was supposed to play Vampyr, but I didn't really play Vampyr. But Ren is playing Vampyr, so you could see an actual Vampyr stream. Crazy. Ren is a very good friend, so you should check out Ren. I'm raiding you into Ren right now. For those of you who like my stuff, please join the Discord. The link is right there. I highly encourage you to do so. That is where we have announcements. That's where we have schedule posting. That's where we do group activities, community nights, movie nights, all sorts of stuff, okay? So please strongly consider joining that Discord. We're ramping things up for the summer seasons, and I just quit my second job, so I have more time to do more streamy things. Also, please consider supporting the stream if you have $5 to throw around, because I just quit my second job. Also consider this. Wednesday, I'm back. We're going to start early in the morning. We're going to be playing Warpath, the sponsored stream. We're sponsored by Warpath for 10 days. We're going to learn how to play it, and you can join me in playing that. Oh, the ads are going to start soon. Okay, everybody, we got 28 seconds. Please take it really easy. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day. Thank you for listening to my stories, and thank you for all the nice words. I will see you all very soon. I will see you all Wednesday, hopefully. Have a good night. Good night, everybody. Have your vitamins and your minerals, okay? Treat yourself for me. Bye-bye.